travel to a faraway jungle to find the source, each having their own reasons. Welcome to the Tomb of Annihilation. Why don't we get back into it, shall we? Welcome back after a month away. So, when we last left off, our party, Fortune's Favoured, had just returned to Kir Sabal after cleansing the Nazi wastes of the Blight and proving their loyalty to the Arakocra leader known as the Teacher. With the Teacher's help, they managed to secure a vial of blood from the heir to the throne of Chult. Vargo bonded with the would-be queen, Waxenari, whom he recognized as a warlock. Velrus began his training to better use and understand the trees. With the blood, the party need to make all haste back to Port Nyanzaru in order to stop the impending war between the strong clanging dwarves and Baldur's Gate. The Teacher offered to grant the party the ability to fly back to Port Nyanzaru, given their need for haste, but that they would need to travel 2 days to Nangalore to retrieve the fabled Black Orchid for the ritual. This would save them at least 10 days' travel. With blood in hand, supplies packed, and the party fully rested, the party prepared to leave Kir Sabal for Nangalore. It is a bright and sunny morning in your dwelling. The sky slowly blue and pink as the sun begins to rise, and then you hear a knock on your door as it slowly opens, and in steps Teacher, who has come to wake you all from your slumber. Ooh. I shall accompany you on your journey to complete Valrus's training. We journey to the river and then spend a full day on the water. We have a small barge that can accommodate 6 or maybe 7 people and supplies. By the time we reach the inlet to Nangalore, I will depart and meet you back in Kir Sabal. It will take me a full day to prepare my feathers for the ritual, and we are somewhat of a hurry. As she finishes, you see Ponty, slightly nervous, stepping around from foot to foot, trying to raise his hand. Oh dear, only 7? Oh, well, I do say, I guess I might sit this one out and guard the blood and await your return. I'm still in need of rest and might only hamper your chances of moving swiftly. Teacher turns around and looks at all of you.
I think that's a good idea, Ponty. Yes. You need to rest.
Jolly good. Okay. Ponty returns to bed.
Has anybody has any business left here in Kir Sabal?
You beat me to it.
I was wondering, just in general, from the bag of holding where everything is.
Correct.
If we should do some just administrative stuff before we forget, since it was a month ago we played.
The entire scroll case is with Jalena. This is correct, right?
Seems to be the case.
Like the ceremonial box with the 3 spell scrolls in it.
And the diamond, I assume.
Yeah, I assume, because it has to be sort of with that.
Yeah.
The potion has been distributed, I think. Maybe except the potion of water breathing.
Yeah, I don't think it has an owner.
No. And
I don't have it. No.
I don't know the gold. Was the gold distributed as well? The 300 gold and the Staff of Blight. I don't think it was distributed. Was it?
The staff was given to Barry's. The gold has not been distributed.
I'm just trying to walk through it. The Yukla has moved from me to Vargo to Jalena, I think, at this point.
The what?
The Ilkra, I don't know what you said, how to say Ilkra, the weapon that you found in the case that exploded in your face.
Oh yeah, I tried to give it to Yarlena, but she wouldn't take it.
Oh yeah, okay. And it's a strength weapon, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And the Amelith's key poison is on Lunan.
So the only thing that hasn't been distributed, I think, is the velvet mask, the mural, the bronze lamp, and all the gems from the bag of holding.
Yeah, but
And the gold. But the gold we need to update. The top money has to be updated.
Yeah, we should move over the 300 and the 26 gold points to
I will
the
take away. I will take away the 300. Someone, please add it to the collective treasury.
But the rod of spellcasting, is that with Lunan or is it with someone else?
It's Vargo, isn't it?
It's not with me.
Is it with Vargo?
No. I don't have any magic items apart from the cloak.
Then you should have it.
Which one?
The rod of spellcasting.
Crystal spellcasting. Where was it did? I think we linked it.
There should be a link in the treasure vault.
Yeah, there definitely is. Oh Jesus, that's a long time ago. Almost.
I was looking at it today, so I added it to my backpack in case no one had taken it because I couldn't see it. So if you go to my inventory, you should be able to find it if nowhere else.
It's fine. I can add it.
Should be able to search for it. Yeah.
Because it's pretty good to have at this point.
It's the consumable. It has how many shots?
But it regrows.
Oh, does it regrow?
Yeah, it regrows one charge per day. It says at least.
Okay.
Even if you expend all of it.
No, not if you expend all of them, right?
No, if it spends all of it, it turns into dust.
Exactly. It says here if the crystal rod is reduced to nothing, the item is destroyed. So if you use the last charge, it disappears entirely. Yeah.
Correct.
Then I remove it from my backpack since I just added it.
Then I will add it to my own. Done.
Who wants the water breathing stuff?
I assume the rod acts as arcane focus.
I guess you could use it as an arcane focus.
All right.
Well, let's just tape your like wrap a rope around your own arcane focus on the crystal rod. That's it. One there we go.
And I say, Dusted, you can keep the water breathing potion unless someone wants it for now. Or do you not trust Dusted with it?
Please keep it.
So you can just ask for it when you need it.
Yeah. Just like Lunan has the invisibility potion.
Which I still trust you with more. That's why I was asked.
Worst case scenario, Dusted gets interested while we're walking along the river and just starts swimming. Who knows?
No.
Why do I have a wooden Aracocra soldier in my inventory?
What?
What?
Exactly, I don't know.
I didn't hear what you said.
I have a wooden Aracocra soldier in my inventory, but I don't know why.
Yeah, you got it from the boy, right? With Aki. He gave you
Ah,
that.
that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Like, I know someone else has some as well, but Lunan has some fog grenade.
Oh, the fuck grenade, yeah.
I don't know who else has it, but I think we got more than one. But I have one of them. But we don't have an item for it in to add. I only have it written.
Did I not make a fog grenade?
Maybe you did. I just didn't find it when I did a search. I might have missed it.
Um, yeah. Please add 26 more gold to the pile, and I will delete it from chat. All right, done.
It's updated. When we are done today, I'll go through all your messages and then fill in what hasn't been distributed. So what is still money or gemstones or something that hasn't been distributed?
Nothing money related, I think.
No, exactly. But for example, the potion of water breathing is already distributed. So if it is something that hasn't been distributed yet, we can keep it in here.
All right, so I will delete it.
We're not deleting anything yet. Just keep it for now. But yeah. Oh yeah, you can delete the potion. Yeah, that's good.
The crystal, I have it myself. The scrolls are in with Yelena, I think.
Have you put them into your inventory?
No, I'll put them in.
Okay.
They're in the vault, aren't they? So I'll just copy and
Oh,
paste.
so don't delete that one yet. Okay, yeah.
All right.
Staff
Let
of
me see.
Flight. You can remove.
Like the
Staff of Blight Felrus has.
yeah.
Yeah,
the
and the
fine.
key is with someone.
Lunan.
The key is with
The
Lunan.
key is with
Nice. Then I will delete it.
And then there's the
Big.
weapon. The weapon is still left, but the amethyst key is also distributed.
All right.
So
There we go.
yeah, there we go. Now we have it updated.
We have to remember that that ceremonial box is worth something.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Thank you for the housekeeping.
Housekeeping?
Alrighty.
So yeah, any business left in Kir Sabal before we depart?
Anything you need to do before you head down towards the elevator?
Stocked up on everything.
I have my tools, so that's all right.
I still have some rations left, yeah. I think it's good.
Yeah?
Yes.
That's good.
Then we had best be off. If we stay on the barge, we can be in Nangalore before sunset tomorrow night. Pack your torches. I will meet you at the bottom of the cliffs, where we shall head to our hidden barge. And with that, she nods and begins to slowly make her way backwards out the door to your hovel. All of you pack up your gear and your belongings, taking your rations and your torches and anything else that you may need, and heading down out the door, down the walkways, past the white tree in the small garden, leaving it behind you, Valorous, as you longingly look behind you. You pass the two merchants near the elevator and climb onto the elevator. Standing on the elevator as it makes its way down towards the grassland, you can see that it's going to be another stifling hot day. A short jungle trek is in store for you before you reach the cool climate of the water. And hopefully all will be well, and you'll make good time. As you reach the bottom, you can see Azaka and the teacher talking. Azaka is smiling and laughing, and the teacher is nodding as they are deep in conversation, both speaking in the avian language of the Aarakocra. Azaka turns to you as you approach, and she smiles. Waza, hey, teacher was just telling me that you have managed to find the ingredients for the cure. Aish, but this is good news. I do not know what is more exciting, finding a cure or finding out that we will be flying through the air back to Port Nyanzaru. Come, my friends, let us find this black flower and head back home. I am now looking forward to a hot bath sometime in the markets of the port. Oh, but where is friend Ponte?
He's exhausted. He's leaving. He's staying in Kir Sabal.
Oh, it is probably just as well, eh? Okay, come, let us go. And with that, the teacher turns and Azaka turns, and they head away from Kir Sabal southwards towards the grassland and the jungles in the distance. Teacher leads the way with Azaka next to her as they move into the jungle. The going is swift. There's a path through this part of the jungle that you normally would not have spotted if it weren't for Teacher. Under the jungle canopy, the air begins to thicken as the morning grows hotter. A thin mist rises as the dew begins to dissipate. The mist rises through the trees above, and as you look up, it almost looks as if the trees themselves are breathing out and exhaling fog. The sounds of the jungle grows ever louder around you as you move in deeper. And then you hear it. The sound of hundreds of drops of rain striking the ground and trees far in the distance, but growing ever closer. Within minutes, the shower is upon you. The mists disappear as the rain falls between the trees, and the stuffy hot air thins rapidly, leaving you much cooler. And then, just like that, it's gone, moving on southwards. About an hour later, the jungle begins to thin, and you can hear the river moving slowly up ahead. Teacher cuts through some of the undergrowth and drops down into a dried ravine, hidden by vegetation, beckoning you all over to give her a hand. As you move closer, you can see a large 10-foot square barge, a flat wooden platform hidden out of sight. As you look behind, you can see it's a 10-foot drop down to the edge of the ravine, and then a 5-foot drop to the riverbank. Teacher calls up to you. Each of you, grab a corner and let us lift at the same time. The barge can slide down the ledge, and one of us with it to settle it onto the water.
All right, let's do that.
Ooh. She leans over, grabs one corner of the raft. Who else is going to help lift?
Is the question not who is going to ride it down?
Who's going to ride it down?
That's probably the faster one to answer because everyone else has to lift.
No one wants to ride the barge?
I mean, Dustin is the one reckless enough to do it, I guess, but unless anyone else wants to do it,
Nah, go ahead.
and then Dustin is already on board the barge.
Go for it.
In which case, I need everybody else to roll athletics, please.
Sure.
Acrobatics?
Athletics.
Athletics.
Yeah,
Either
either
or.
athletics or acrobatics, whichever is stronger. It's the new word we've just coined. And Dusted, I need you to roll acrobatics separately, please, as you slide down. If someone can roll for Azaka, please, and add 4, sorry, to her roll. I said 18.
Oops. I thought I managed to do it, but I forgot the space.
Oh boy.
Good attempt, though.
Was 4, yeah.
Mm,
There we go.
excellent. Okay. So we easily have 3 other successes. As you all bend down and lift, the barge is heavy. It's as heavy as it looks. And as you lift, you slowly eke it over the edge of the 10-foot drop. And it swings down. As it does, it lands at an angle. Dusted leaps over the edge and slides down the barge to the bottom, where he grabs the bottom and gives it a little yank. And as he does so, barge effortlessly slides off the edge of the little cliff, bangs down onto the ground, and lands into the water. The teacher leaps down, wings spread out as she reaches the floor in front of the river. Behind a tree, pulls out 2 long 10-foot bolts. We will need 2 people to pole us along as we go. She hands one of the poles to Azaka. Valrus, you shall sit in the center of the barge while we complete our training.
Of course.
Come, let us depart. As she puts her arms against the barge to shove it closer into the water, she gives it a small yank. Valrus, do you climb on?
Yeah.
All right, you climb into the center of the barge. Anyone else?
Yeah, I go in.
I guess everyone goes in.
Okay. Who's going to take the other pole?
I'll take the other pole.
All right. So, in which case then we have got Azaka poling away. We've also got Yarlena poling away.
Bargo will keep on the back of the ship, keeping an eye around Stenelem.
Okay. Yarlena, where are you standing on the barge?
She will be rowing, I think.
Yeah, but
Yeah, is the polling like more towards the back? Right.
that is
That's where you stand while you do it.
Azaka takes up on the back. We've got Valrus and we've got the teacher sitting in the middle of the barge. So who's going to sit in the front of the barge in order to keep it balanced?
Lunan can sit in the front.
Lunan, there's one.
I can also sit in the front. Or Lumen.
Dusted is 2. So you've got 2 at the front, 2 in the middle, Azaka at the back. So Yarlena at the back. So Valrus, that means you're sitting where?
I was supposed to be in the middle.
Sorry, Vargo.
I was trying to be in the back, but honestly, whatever place is fine. So we'll balance the boat.
Okay.
Or-
In which case, given your intelligence, you immediately know if there's only 2 in the front, 2 in the middle, and 2 at the back, you should probably go near the middle to keep it balanced.
All right.
Okay. So, with the barge balanced and everyone taking their place, you manage to pole your way down into the middle of the river. And you are there as you exit in the little S bend on the river. Sitting and standing on the barge, taking in the sounds of the river around you. I don't know why my sound has changed, but let us go. For the rest of the day, you lazily travel downstream, poling your way down the river, sticking to the center and making the most of the current. Every so often, you see a swarm of quippers swim past, razor-sharp teeth reflecting the sunshine. Valrus, I need you to roll a concentration check and a survival check for me, please.
Concentration and survival.
Mm-hmm.
There's survival. And concentration is... I don't remember.
Saving throw.
Sorry?
Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving.
Okay. That's fine.
Jeez, like, okay. Some good rolls. So, Valrus sits cross-legged in the center of the barge for the entire way, eyes closed and concentrating, while the teacher slowly paces around him, shouting at him to concentrate, making psychic attacks at him, or physically shoving him and pushing him around. Every hour, he is afforded a break to take in some water. When he is out of his trance, you can see a thin sheen of sweat lining his brow. He is not dripping with sweat, but it does look like the training is taking its toll on him. The sun moves across the sky and eventually dips behind the canopy, and you all break out some rations for your meal. Valrus, I need you to roll a charisma saving throw, please.
No. That's...
Bloody hell. While you're resting, teacher sits beside you. She looks you up and down with a careful eye. You have a strong mind and have done well this day. You are ready to begin imprinting onto any new trees you find. Remember, concentration is key, and withdraw your hand if the exertion becomes too much. You can always take a brief rest and try again. For now, rest. All of you rest. I will take over poling us forward, and will depart in the morning when we spy the inlet, for I need a few days to prepare my feathers for the ritual. Woohoo!
Thank you for your wisdom and your training.
With those 3 successful saves, you complete your training in 2 days, and as you sit down and close your eyes, sleep takes you almost immediately. The rest of you, in fact, I need everyone to mark off a ration off their character sheets as well.
I just marked off 7 rations, so that's fine.
Good man.
All right.
Are you setting up a watch, or are you all going to sleep and trust that teacher is going to take the watch while she pulls you along?
After this, give me a watch tonight.
I can take a first 4-hour watch just to make sure that she's okay while polling.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take the other 4 since I anyway only need 4 hours of sleep or meditation.
So
Argo will take 10 minutes and cast alarm around us and go to sleep.
Okay. Argo has learnt. That's good. Okay. So Lunan, you take 4 hours of the first meditation and then swap once you've rested with Yelena.
Yes.
Okay. Fine, it lasts 8 hours. Okay. The rest of you stretch out on this 10-foot square barge. A little bit cramped as you're all sleeping. Teacher poling in the back. You manage to spread your weight all over the barge so there's not much rocking. Vargo, it is late into the night when you feel a familiar presence in the back of your head. Vargo?
Oh,
Vargo?
uh,
Vargo!
yeah, I hear you. Don't worry.
It is your queen! How goes your journey?
We just begun. I implore you give us more time. Your Highness.
You have been away all day. Why have you not checked in, Vargo?
I am honestly not sure of how to do it myself.
All you need to do,
But
Vargo, is reach out through our connection. I did tell you this once before.
out of character, DM. I know. Vargo knows. He just doesn't want to. Uh, uh yeah. I will do that next time. Do you
Vargo,
want
I
us
feel
to?
that there's nothing coming from you, Vargo. I give, you know, but I don't feel anything in return.
Look, when we arrive to the place where the orchid is, I will contact you. How is that?
This is unacceptable, Vargo. I have a stake in your success. I expect a report every now and then. Bearing in mind we have a deal for the skull of Chikagare that you are going to retrieve for me. Vargo, how can I entrust my kingdom to a man who is unable to see through his commitments?
Well, you're in luck. I rely on a much more competent party, accompanied by myself. Don't worry, we will get you there. We still have to know failure in this party.
As leader of this company, Vargo, you should take a stand and you should stand up for your renowned background. Yes. Take charge. Be the man that you were born to be, Vargo. Prove to me that you can run this kingdom by my side. Right? Yeah, no, that's fine. I understand. I'll give you some time to think about it, Vargo. Okay? And she cuts the connection, leaving you lying on the barge.
I hate this woman. I say out loud.
Okay.
Who was on watch?
This was probably Yarlena.
Oh dear. What happened? Sorry, I had to quickly pop away.
As you've Yarlena finished your meditation and you've sat up and you're keeping an eye on the surroundings around you. You almost hear Vargo mumbling to himself, and then you just hear, "I hate this woman." And as you do, you notice Teacher's eyes kind of go wide, a little bit confused, and then she just shakes her head and carries on polling. Vargo looks a little bit annoyed.
Is he still asleep?
Vargo is just woke up momentarily.
Okay.
Just see him trying to go to sleep, but having a difficult time doing so.
Should just give him unimpressed look. Do you always talk like that in your sleep?
Oh, if you knew. I used to in the past, but this isn't that. What's an array? I'm honestly not sure how to deal with her.
I see. Well, just be careful what you say, because someone else might think you're talking to them.
Oh boy. Good advice, Helena. I will take it. How do you deal with people who thinks that you should be in charge or that everyone around you is inferior. I mean, it's really uncomfortable.
I don't know what you
What
mean.
you mean? Ah, you're a lucky person.
Pardon?
You're a lucky person then.
It's just beautiful that a human and an elf is having this conversation. Oh, I just wish people wouldn't treat me like I'm subservient to them.
Maybe one day you'll grow out of it.
I will. I suppose at some point I will talk to all of you and about if it's a good idea to reveal everything to this woman or forget about it. Thank you, Jordan. Let's go to sleep.
You can go to sleep. I have slept.
Alright, so you doze back off to sleep. Anything in particular you're going to do on your watch?
No, I should just keep an eye out. A very careful eye out, considering last time they got attacked again by assassins.
Roll a perception check for me. Sorry, Lunan, I forgot to ask you.
She was first.
Good point. 17. Okay. So the rest of your watch, your entire watch, passes uneventfully, except for Vargo's interrupted sleep. And as your watch ends, I take it you then swap shifts with Lunan?
Yeah.
Alright. Lunan, roll a perception check for me while you're on watch, please.
That's a bad roll.
Wow. So, you take your next watch, and the 4 hours pass uneventfully. And towards the end of the 4 hours, you can slowly see the sun, or at least light, breaking the dawn. As Azaka gets shaken awake by the teacher, Azaka mumbles and looks up and then slowly but carefully stands up to take the pole from teacher, and you notice that they exchange a couple of words in Oran, pointing further down the river. She then nods, looks over the rest of you. Teacher makes eye contact with you and inclines her head as if to say, "Good luck, well done for getting this far." And then she spreads her wings and takes off into the sky, with one last look behind her as she flies up backwards and heads off towards Kir Sabal. The next morning begins like many others. The jungle grows louder with the sounds of its inhabitants. Birds cawing, animals screeching. Screeching from the surrounding trees, the buzzing of insects, and the constant gurgling sound of water lapping against the barge as it passes beneath you. The sun rises slowly over the horizon, reflecting off the water and piercing your closed eyes. The slight chill in the air slowly begins to warm as the sun begins its ascent. With all of you rested, you slowly rise, a little stiff from the cramped confines of the barge. And looking about you, the rest of you can see that Azaka is already awake and howling. Lunan watching the rivers ahead. But teacher is nowhere to be seen.
he's gonna get out some insect repellent salve and offer to anyone who needs it.
Oh. Hey, that is a very good idea. Yes, please.
I'm just gonna tick off 6 of these because I have 19, so I'll just remove 6.
Yeah, I don't believe I have any.
I have 19 as well, so we have plenty.
Oh my.
Someone's prepared.
Yep. Oh.
I'm just
Once more
hoarding
ago.
gold.
What is this? The insect repellent?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So everyone has an insect repellent now.
To
Yeah.
prevent disease in case you get bitten by any of the large ferocious insects.
Large. How
Or
large?
small.
I mean, the ones that attacked Ponzi was pretty big. Like,
They were pretty big, yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Big enough for initiative.
okay.
Breakfast?
Good idea.
Breakfast would be nice.
I am so sorry. I was not able to do any fishing on the river while I was pulling us down. I'm afraid we are going to have to be eating our rations.
Rations to go around. Here's 6 for everybody.
Oh, this is very nice. Thank you.
Barris, did you learn everything you had to learn from the job?
Well, I believe so. Perhaps inappropriate to say, but I'm glad of the quiet after the teacher left. Been tough. But I think I'm ready. Just need to find a tree to test this on.
Will the one in Kir Sabal suffice?
No of any others.
I know of one that I've been to, but it is far away. If I were to try and open a portal, I do not believe only Kir Sabal would suffice.
Alright, we will have to keep our eyes open.
Yes.
But would you be able to travel?
Should recognize the place once I see it.
Would you be able to travel to Kir Sabal?
If what I've learned works out, yes. Though, she did mention if things get tough, can always take a break. It's not like it's a one-chance thing, so I suppose with enough time, yes.
And you can travel from tree to tree or to
Tree
any
to
tree
tree.
whenever you wish?
Another tree is necessary, unfortunately.
That's a cool ability.
It will be much convenient if we manage to find a tree in Port Belluarian or Port Nyanzaru.
Assuming the trees are conveniently placed.
Yeah. And by the way, guys, now that Ponti is not around, do we all agree on leaving him in Port Castigliar on our way to Port Nyanzaru when we fly, right?
I say it's up to the man himself.
In Port Castigliar?
That was the place. He wanted to believe.
Would
Right.
that detour potentially cause us not being able to get all the way to Port Nyanzaru?
I don't believe so. But I don't know. I mean, it's pretty much a straight line.
I wouldn't want to travel in the air between Port Nyanzaru and Port Castigliar. It's where I saw the dragon.
Here we go again.
Yeah, I understand your fear, but on the other hand, we can get rid of Pond.
We can
I will
sacrifice him to the dragon.
I
He's
will
not
face
that
the dragon
bad.
for that. Oh no, he's not. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, we could just put him on a boat and push him down the river. See how he fares.
Nah, I wouldn't do that to him. But you know, he almost died in the Wastes.
I cannot believe that you are talking about friend Ponty like this. Did he not save some of your lives?
I was just about to say, Podcast de Liga, wasn't that where he actually got scammed? If we put him back there, that would be worse, won't it?
Isn't he going to Fort Belalurian?
Yes, but if we set him off in Port Castiligar, that was where he got in trouble to begin with. That's ridiculous.
Then it's better to leave him in Port Nyanzaru if he doesn't want to continue with us.
I suppose
Alright.
we should also show some goodwill. If we are going back, could we visit Port Bellarian? Oh, well, because we have to anyway if the king is traveling down the mountain to meet them. We can put our frontier at Fort Bellarian then, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's true. We also have a reward to collect in Fort Belluarian.
Oh yeah, those magical arrows.
And lately I'm starting to feel that my power has increased, so to speak. And I think I could message people at a distance if I know I should. If I get to sleep on the idea first.
What a coincidence. I feel slightly stronger myself.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Hear me out, guys. If I have my weapon in my hand, I throw instead of hitting people once.
You could say that you are twice as effective. That's amazing, Lumen. That's what the... Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you talk. I remember people in the Citadel doing that, that you're talking about. It's pretty advanced stuff. I'm impressed.
How exactly does it work?
I don't know until I try it exactly. I just have a gut feeling, so to speak.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So, we kill Pond. That's the conclusion I'm trying to produce.
Do you want to roll? You kept watch last night. I can do it instead, if you prefer.
Alright.
So what?
I'm trying to discern what are we going to do with Ponty.
No, I just said what we're going to do to Ponty. We just drop him off when we're back there anyway. To facilitate the meeting between the king and the Flaming Fist.
Oh, sorry. Did that happen in Port Belluarian, not in Port Nyanzaru?
We don't know where it happens, but we can. We can hand him over to the Flaming Fist wherever they're meeting.
Okay.
If we're not in the meeting, we can. He can be entrusted to. Why am I forgetting the name of such an important character? Lady
Sindra Sylvain.
Sindra Sylvain. Thank you very much. Lady Sindra Sylvain. We can hand him over. I mean, we can trust her with him, right? Him with her, right? I mean, and then when the Flaming Fist shows up, he can join them if he so wishes, or he can stay in Port Nyanzaru.
Alright. I can see that. Yes.
I mean, I'm not gonna drag drag him all the way down to Ormu or the Dwarven Forge just to take him back to Fort Beleriand. That seems a little harsh, doesn't it?
Mhm. I mostly don't want his blood in my hands. This um, this trouble are turning difficult by the moment.
He will be with allies, and they will shape him into a weapon, I suppose, or a fighter of the jungle. I
Gonna
don't know.
weaponize him.
I mean, he is a cleric.
I see we
The
take him
man elephant.
to Port Nyanzaru, see what he wants to do, and it is up to him if he goes back to his people. He probably will. He seems to love them a lot,
Hmm.
but maybe he just wants to go home.
He
So,
won't get home from Port Castaligar unless we load him up with enough money to sell him back. I don't think that's possible.
is there a tree in what is it, Baldur's Gate?
Just send it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could send him home via tree if he wants to go back to Baldur's Gate.
Can you do that? Didn't you have to attune with the tree or touch it or something first?
Yes. And I've never been there before.
Well, there goes that idea. We'll just ship him off on a boat. It'll be fine. He'll be safe.
If he wishes, he can always get a job and save up.
You can ship Valaris just so he can find a tree. I don't.
God.
So, after a few hours discussing Ponty's fate, the canoe rounds a bend
Without him.
in his absence. The barge rounds a bend in the river, and up ahead you can see the river splitting in two. A small rivulet branches off to the east. Azaka points forward. Aish! Our path! It is ahead to the east. We must start moving as close to the eastern bank as possible. Now! And she begins poling closer to the bank nearest the inlet. Does anyone help?
Yeah. Can I quickly tie my rope to my grappling hook and try to catch a tree to drag us closer to that side?
The river where you are is about 40 feet wide. At the moment, you're in the middle.
So yeah,
Roll a
throw that
perception
is
check for me.
How many poles are available?
Dos.
23.
There are two poles. Yelena is holding the other one. So,
And Ashaga the other.
and Azaka the other, yeah. With the 23, you can see that about 80 feet ahead is the inlet where it is. That would need to be one hell of a throw to try and grapple a tree nearest enough.
Yeah.
But with two strong people poling closest to the eastern bank, you might be able to maneuver yourselves correctly in order for the current to suck you around the corner instead of push you out into the mainstream.
Yeah, Lena will follow Azaka's
I
I've lost the word now. Example.
Okay.
Bargo will use guidance on your runner.
Oh, thank you.
All right. I need Azaka and Yolena to make athletics checks, please. As you near the current, the river begins to speed up a little, trying to pull the barge back into the center of the river to follow the main path. Who's going to roll for Azaka?
I can do that.
And you need to roll a d4.
15 plus Azaka's.
15
Yeah.
plus Azaka's 4, yeah. And
Yep.
Yelena gets
19.
a d4 added onto your 24.
Oh, it was the 17. I forgot that guidance is an advantage.
20.
So it's the 17, so it's 24.
It's
24.
exactly the same thing.
So, as you begin poling, the river begins to grow stronger, trying to pull you towards the center again, with a small, softer current near the eastern bank sucking you around. But Azaka's early maneuver, along with her success, means that the pushing that you've been doing and poling brings you closer to the smaller current on the side and away from the center. And as you move ever so closer to the edge of the eastern bank, the current just seems to pull you along as the barge rumbles almost into the bank on the side of the wall, coming up to the branch and then swings you round. And as you do, you almost go into open, clear water as the branch takes you further into a much slower moving river. You slowly begin poling your way down this new eastern branch to your destination of Nangalore. The journey from the main river is a slow one. The current moves a lot slower. The river isn't as strong. Let me first... And because the current is much slower here, the poling takes a little bit longer. But you don't seem to notice the slowness, as your attention is drawn elsewhere. Looking around, your attention is diverted from the river to the surrounding flora and fauna. The river itself is now maybe only 15 feet wide, with thick trees on either bank. The river is a lot cleaner than the main river. Gone is the deep browns and greens of the big river, and instead it's almost clear crystal blue. Swimming below you, you can see schools of fish slowly moving past. You can see the roots of the mangroves embedded into the sandy bottom, and every now and then a larger fish darts along below you. Lily pads rest on the water's surface as large insects buzz and fly around you. Looking around on the banks, you can see thick roots sprouting from the water, bending towards the land a few feet above waterline, and then downwards towards the tree trunks, forming an impenetrable wall of roots along either bank. The land beyond looks soft and boggy, but green with vegetation. The buzzing of insects around you only seems to increase, almost drowning out the sounds of jungle life. And your eyes are drawn upwards, as you realize the sky is filled with flocks of colorful birds flying past you towards your destination. You can make out a group of small yellow canaries, a flock of small blue and yellow birds, and some green and yellow birds of similar size to the canaries, with black and white spotted tail feathers, some with red dots and some with yellow. And just above those, a large flock of multicolored parrots of various sizes flying towards your destination. And you watch as they fly eastwards towards a looming stone structure in the distance, barely visible above the jungle canopy. Focused on the structure ahead, you pole a little bit harder, around a bend in the river to the left, and then slowly one to the right. And as you straighten out again, your jaw drops. Ahead of you, the river widens to around 300 feet. Small pockets of land split the river into 5 smaller streams, which rejoin about 20 or 30 feet in front of the structure itself. Rising out of the water is a 200-foot wide hanging garden of exotic beauty. 20-foot high walls that are 35 feet thick border this structure, and in the center, water streams down steps between two massive elephant carvings. This broad, flooded avenue runs arrow straight for more than 100 feet before ending at the carving of a Tyrannosaurus Rex's face. Water pours from the Tyrannosaurus's jaws and flows the length of the concourse to drain down the steps. Eventually, that will be in front of you. 5-foot-high terraces flank the boulevard. Low archways, 3 on each side, are built into the terrace walls. These archways are in various stages of collapse as the tunnels beyond them. Beautifully carved, larger-than-life stone faces are mounted between each of the archway. And from where you are standing on the barge, you can see a wild profusion of plants grows on all the upper terraces. The multicolored parrots and canaries that you saw now flit between the bushes and the trees and sing amongst them. And to the north, a dilapidated brick dome rises above the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. A smaller, bell-shaped dome sit on the highest terraces to your left and your right. As you slowly approach, a light drizzle begins to fall from the sky, creating a thin mist that rises from the grounds of the structure. The drizzle falls for about 10 minutes and then stops as you reach the point where the streams converge and the mist hangs in the air, ever so slowly being burned away by the bright afternoon sun. You look around and realize it is midday.
All right.
So you move to the new map.
Let's take exception to this plant right here.
Let's put Arky over there. All right. So,
A lot of crocodiles.
And that big Venus flytrap.
okay, looking at the map in front of you, you can see the structure in front of you is 200 feet wide. They're about 30, 40 foot wide concrete terraces on the far edges surrounding the structure itself. The midsection has a concourse, a river running all the way up it towards the dome structure in the middle. Gardens rise an additional 5 feet either side, where you can see bushes and trees covered all over the place. And you can see that the small archways where the staircases are run the length of the concourse where you are. Looking beyond, you can see the large crocodile Tyrannosaurus Rex head, which is the water spout filling up the river, and the 2 elephant size either side. The one domed structure on the right-hand side is crumbled and broken, where the statue. On the left-hand side, the statue is covered with what looks like spider webs, massive spider webs. And then further back, you can see another statue, which is the same depiction. Further beyond that, your vision does not allow you to see anything else. Moving around in the water in front of you, you notice 4 large crocodiles. Standing on the barge, they don't pay any attention to you at all. They just seem to be dozing and lazing in the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Should we try to take the barge up on the shoreline?
Up to the roots over there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We would probably crawl up the roots.
or on the side so we could actually pull it up a bit?
So just looking ahead, the central part, the stairs leading up to the river is 5 foot high. The roots in the gardens are 10 foot high. And then the concrete walls are 20 feet high. And that is above water level where you are now.
Yeah, I mean it's probably easier to climb out a route like this than it is setting the barge down the southern bank and then swimming over towards it.
Yeah, but could we not climb up on the side? I don't feel comfortable falling into the water with the crocodiles.
Oh, so you mean over there by 20 feet up?
Like here, for example. I'm putting the Archie there.
Yeah, but that's still a 20-foot climb,
Mm-hmm.
which is treacherous at best because it's concrete. Oh, we have been described it as concrete, so it's probably slippery as hell.
Is it feasible to climb on a canoe 5 feet up?
Yes. Well, I mean, 5 feet. The concourse in the center has got a staircase. So there's
Potentially just pull it up, walking up it.
All right.
You could literally just paddle up to the center area and step off the barge.
Tie off the barge to one of the elephants.
I like
Well, one on either tusk, probably.
Just have to pass the crockies.
They seem peaceful, don't they?
At the moment, they are peaceful.
Could we put them to sleep?
I can, if it has to come to that.
They're spread out a bit.
Yeah.
I guess we can do it if need be.
Yes. I think we can face off a couple of crocodiles guys if it has to come to that.
So you paddle and make your way towards the barge, towards the staircase.
Yes. I will use my rope to tie it to the tusk of the elephant. On both ends, yeah.
Valrus, why isn't your token adding?
I'm not sure.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no, I'm squished.
It's been lost to the.
All right, you're in. So, I will draw a square for the barge. Right. Okay, so, and Azaka. Okay, you paddle your way up the concourse to the staircase and slowly climbing aboard, pulling the barge up. You all step off. And as you do, looking around, the crocodiles themselves haven't moved. Why doesn't someone roll a nature check for me? Or a perception check?
All of us?
Yeah, they are trustworthy.
Okay. I'll go. Yeah, no idea.
So all of us.
The crocodiles just appear as if they're sleeping. Okay. So, looking around where you are, you can see that there are two walkways branching off to the left and the right. The one on the left-hand side is collapsed, leading up to a staircase at the end, which rises up into the garden in front of you. You can easily assume that each of the corridors lead to a staircase at the end, which will take you into the garden.
All right. So we keep our feet out of the water, please.
Are you going to try and walk on the stones then?
Is this terrain walkable?
Yes. Roll a perception check for me.
All right. That will be a 22.
Yeah, so the terrain is walkable. This actually looks like it was probably once a corridor. Whether or not the water is intentional to have been flooding this much, you can't tell, but this does look like it was a walkway. Below the water, you can see that there are like checkered tiles that were made for walking on. It looks like it could have been pretty much built for royalty at some point, because all of the structures in here at some point must have been pristine. It just looks like it hasn't been kept
At all.
up. There's been no upkeep, no ground maintenance. As you look around, you can see the terraces either side of you. The terraces themselves are about 60 foot wide and 100 foot long. You can tell that this is now untamed overgrowth. The garden is now become a haven for exotic plants that don't seem to grow naturally in the surrounding jungle. Somebody definitely went to lengths to find exotic plants to place into this garden for some either visitors or a guest. You wouldn't be certain. But looking around, unfamiliar flowers, towering ferns, and even stranger plants resembling giant pine cones or lily pads are spread and tangled everywhere. And the birds, the canaries, and the parrots themselves fly between all these plants as they start squawking at each other and almost playfully enjoying themselves in this vegetation.
I will say that we are looking for a Black Orchid in a garden literally filled with thousands of flowers, many of which I haven't seen before. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted. Dusty's got a coat on and he's trying to walk across our desks.
I'm sorry, did you say Dusted?
Dusty. Oh, cat.
Your cat's name is actually Dusty.
Yeah.
Such a wonderful coincidence.
That's. How long have you had? Whose name came first?
We got Dusty at the end of. Oh my god! At the end of December.
Oh. Okay. Is Dusty a black cat by any chance?
Not quite.
He's like dark brown, black, and
Okay.
sandy coloured-ish.
A bit like Anders' hair.
Oh, you're just trying to sort of like it's home that it's me.
Anders reincarnated.
I'm not dead yet.
That's wonderful. Your legacy will live on.
Brilliant.
Oh yeah.
So who's doing what?
So let me just get this straight. The water is how deep that we can wade through it?
Half a
Or
foot.
half a foot, okay. Easy.
Yeah, not deep at all.
So I suppose that in order to climb to the gardens,
Well, we should try to find a place
Yeah,
getting out of here.
that one. To the left.
So, Vargo, you're going to walk right up to the middle, yes?
Um,
Okay.
I assume that tree is blocking the way, so I will find that one.
Mm-hmm. Anyone
Find this way.
else?
I mean,
I'm gonna follow suit, but at the same time, Dustin is a little on edge because considering that there has been like all of a sudden we're in the middle of this oasis where everything is peaceful with the sort of like hostile jungle just outside. He doesn't trust this wonderland, whatever the fuck it is.
Okay, good.
What's going on here? Is it a tunnel?
It is a tunnel that leads to the staircase at the end. The open section at the back of the tunnel appears to have collapsed, so, like I said, it's not been maintained very well at all.
And it's walkable or crawlable or?
You can walk through it, yeah, the archways. It's at least 5 foot, particularly for you. You would just need to duck your head a bit and you could walk through the tunnels. Yeah.
Lunan takes this path unless he sees something weird.
Okay. So why doesn't everyone roll a perception check for me first, and then put yourselves where you would like to be?
sure.
Come on, I'm rolling.
So there's
Natural
too
20
much to
for
realize anything.
24.
Valrus, you already rolled your perception check. No, Vargo did, so Vargo, you don't need
Yep.
to roll again. So, what have we got? Dusted gets a 5. Yeah, Dusted looking around, I mean, it's
Looking at pretty birdies, yeah.
it's overgrown. This is definitely a jungle away from a jungle, but very exotic. Lunan, yeah, you notice the tunnels themselves. Some of them around have collapsed. There's a lot of overgrowth that has taken place. It's a very exotic part of the jungle, which seems out of place, but, you know, habitable, definitely. Yelena, what did you roll?
You may be meeting.
I don't think I've.
You haven't rolled a perception check yet. No.
No. Let me roll one.
And the side
She's too busy staring at all the pretty flowers.
We're
Okay.
all mesmerized though.
You are all mesmerized. The one thing that Lunan and Vargo you notice as you're walking down the corridors, Lunan, particularly your character earlier, you can roll for a Zaka if you want. Lunan and Vargo are the faces. Wow. The faces carved into the sides of the corridors.
Oh yeah, that's true.
As you move down the concourse, you can see that there are 4 stone faces carved down this avenue between the walkways. Azaka sees you noticing them and looks at them as well. Hey, this is old Omuan, the language. Hey,
Do you speak it, Ashaka?
Yeah, I've been living in Chult for a long time. Of course I speak Old Omuan. I have been here for a while, yeah.
Alright then. What does it say?
She grabs all of your attention as she does. There are 4 stone visages, which seem to face each other down this concrete avenue where the water runs down the ground. And each face portrays a regal-looking woman, whose expression changes slightly with each of the visages. And inscribed above each face is a phrase. The north, east, south, the first one, the lower west, so the bottom left, starts off. This garden is dedicated to Zalcore, Queen of Omu, and the Jewel of Chult. So that's where Zaka is standing right now.
Mhm.
Behind her, she turns around and she reads out loud, "And may the gods themselves marvel at this humble reflection of her beauty." Azaka then moves up to the top left one. Worshipped by her people and by Thirutaya, who... but this is strange. The word, it is supposed to say who loves her, but someone has scratched it out and has written in betrayed. Oh. The word has been chipped away. That is very strange. Let me look at the last one. She steps across to the last one. In this, the 10th year of her reign, may she govern forever in the splendor. Each of the faces have a different expression. The first one, the woman looked almost bemused, where it says, "This garden is dedicated to Zalcore, the Queen of Omu, and the Jewel of Chult." The condescending expression is the one where it says that she was worshipped by her people and Thirutaya, who loves, which was scratched out, and it says betrayed her. The bottom one, which said, "May the gods themselves marvel at this humble reflection of her beauty," she has a very serene expression. And where it says, "In this, the 10th year of her reign," she has a very stern, serious expression on her face.
Well, Valencia's playing.
I
Whoever this
will.
person was.
What was that?
I will
Mhm.
establish a mental connection with the Queen, Masaware,
Oh, okay.
and I will tell her that
Hello?
we found.
Oh, Virgo.
Hello.
Oh, it's
Um.
so good to hear from you.
Yeah. We found the place.
How is the journey?
I'm trying to tell you. Listen. We found the
What
place.
do you mean, listen?
And
I have been waiting patiently for you. Now, please, present your report.
place found. We
Excellent.
found reference of what I assume is your grandmother,
Oh,
and I tell her the information in the faces.
go on then.
I don't know the names exactly, but we found the a
Zalcore.
reference. Yeah. Does that name ring a bell to you?
It does indeed. Yes, I have heard legends of Zalcore. My great-great-great-grandmother, one of the most regal queens of Omu and all of Chult, really. What was it? I believe that she was unfortunately cast out of Omu. And she fled. She fled with her lover, who was then her bodyguard. Indeed, they built gardens to her, a sacred place. Oh my goodness, is that where you are now?
Yes. Is any reason? Do you think that might be the reason of why? It says betrayed instead of love.
I do betrayed. I do not. Thirutaya loved her. He gave up his position as the head of the Queen's Guard and ran away with her. It is unbeknownst to me why someone would deface the mural and write in betrayed. I mean, she left us 500 years ago at least. As far as I can recall. This is very interesting. I wonder if you might find her remains lying there. Keep an eye out. My strong, proud leader. You have done good work so far. I am impressed. Right. I knew you had the strength in you. I look forward to your next update. And she cuts the connection.
Thank you. Yeah, so sorry for that. Got a little bit of insight from the Queen, and I conveyed the information to the party.
Mm-hmm.
This might be the place where the Queen hid at some point. We should keep our eyes open.
500 years certainly explains the exterior, and then just it sort of like gestures to the overgrowth that is everywhere.
Exactly. And I think on that note, we will take our break.
All right.
All right. Well, everyone is back then.
Yeah.
So, just before the break then, you guys made your way down the river, managed to pull in towards the branch in Nangalore, and you found out that this wonderful garden was built for the old ruling queen of Omu, Zalcore, who fled with her lover from the city, or at least was outcast. And the, shall we say, this palace was built for her in order to keep her here. Many, many years ago. So, over to you guys.
Okay, so I suppose we continue down this path.
Yeah, just go through the tunnel.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Who's in the front? It looks like Lunan is leading into the tunnel.
The question is if we want to go up on the other side or on this side first.
Yep, east or west?
Oh, I'm assuming we haven't seen much of the garden.
Correct.
That depends how tall your character is. It's 5 feet up the next level. So if you're more than 5 feet, you can actually look up there. So it would be an eye height for you, obviously. But yeah.
And we could potentially just boost each other up.
Could do.
I'm fine with
I for one would relish to get out of this water. I'm getting soaked.
Mm-hmm.
My fur doesn't like it.
So, you're headed down that corridor, are you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just tell me when I have to stop, and you have to throw me an initiative, okay?
All right, let's stop and roll initiative.
Okay. Right.
As you reach the bottom of the staircase, you notice some movement out of the corner of your eye. As all of a sudden spores branch out from the big picture of the Venus flytrap, encircling the entire area. Yep, definitely. Which means everyone within the corridor as well gets covered in spores. I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh joy!
This bring back memories.
Memory.
Is it a charm or a poisonous effect?
I mean, it's
I have advantage in that case,
Yeah,
but I will do my will save.
it's the same as the previous plants.
It's a
Wait,
charm.
they came from here. Fucking hell!
So
If it is a
you've
charm.
encountered only this doesn't seem to be musk, it's more of pollen, but it is the same effect, it's the same saving throw. So anyone with a DC 10 or lower will fail. So that so far is Valrus.
Oh, Yelena.
Yeah, Lena, you
I
get
know
advantage.
it rolled onto a 14, and then it shifted onto a lower number.
Don't you get advantage though, because you're an elf?
Yeah, that was with
But
the
that
She
was
has.
Oh shoot.
very bad luck.
Okay. So it's our two resident holiday makers.
But
Go on.
Valorous again, of course.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, they fall on each other's. They bump heads.
Okay. In which case then let's everyone roll initiative. As the plant rolls a 9. So any creature that fails the wisdom saving throw will be forced to use all of its movement on its turn to get as close to the plant as possible. You can only repeat your saving throw at the end of each of your turns, which will then end the effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yelena, have you rolled initiative?
Forgot about that bit.
Someone needs to roll a wisdom saving throw for Azaka, please.
Oh,
Oh, you did it first, Vago.
Actually, you did it first.
Oh, on my screen. Oh, never mind.
It has come up as Fargo first, and then someone would need to roll initiative for her. So we'll take.
I rolled another die, so let's use that for initiative because then we
Right, so let's say she is charmed. But
It's funny. Tested appears as before me in my chat.
Does it?
Yeah, I will send you a picture.
Okay. So I think we lost the music, didn't we?
My character sheet is not updated, so I will just refresh.
Okay. Right then, top of the round, we have Vargo. As you get to the bottom of the stairs, Vargo, pollen fills the corridor, and as you do, you realize that something has just attacked you, coming within radius or range of its attack. Immediately, as you breathe the pollen in, you shake off the effects, but looking around, you notice that Azaka, Yalena, and Valrus have succumbed to the intoxicating pollenous substance. It is your turn.
Alright, do I see the source of this pollinization?
What's your passive perception?
I believe it's 14.
Then, yeah. Absolutely.
Pretty sure it's that plant. Alright.
Yeah, you track the source of the pollen, and you can see, now that it's released its spores, you can see that it's moved.
Alright. What I will do is cast Bless on the three of them.
Oh, okay.
And then will be my turn.
Are you moving?
I will... Yeah, why not? I will move there. If only... Sorry. That way. If only to make way for the rest.
Okay, so you're going to move away and out. All right, Kim.
Yes.
All right, cool. In which case, then it's Azaka's turn next, so she gets to move.
She's charmed.
Yeah.
Where is my token at the moment? Oh, because everyone is stepping on me.
I'm going to move her to. Let's move Aki out the way, so she moves to there. Which means next up is Dusted Coal.
She has to make a saving throw.
Oh, yes.
And she has a D4. Yeah, I think she makes it.
All right, she manages to save. She's no longer charmed. Good one. Which means next up is Dusted Coal, followed by the plant.
Dustin is going to use his action to equip his shield. Because he's been sitting with his longbow all this time when we were on the barge, and I didn't re-equip the shield.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's going to move. Can he stand there?
Yeah. If it's within your movement, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's 15.
Easy.
So I just don't know how big. I was a little bit concerned how big the plant was.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to use my action surge and hit it twice.
Oh, okay.
So that's advantage against me next turn.
Ouch. But the 23 hits.
Non-magical piercing damage, 7.
7 points. Okay. And is that your go?
That's all for me.
Okay. In which
Oh wait,
case,
no. I mark it with my attack. So if it attacks anyone else than me, it gets disadvantage.
okay. Right, it is going to use its action to attack you. It is a large carnivorous plant, so it is going to reach around and try and grab you with its leaves, which are like slightly thorny. It gets +4 to hit, so I'm going to roll. Oh my goodness, I was so close to nat 20.
It has advantage.
But it gets advantage on you. So here comes the second one. Wow, okay. It rolls a 9, which is obviously a miss. So, next up then is Yelena. You need to use your full movement to go as close as you can to it, and then you get your save at the end of the round.
Do I have to go up the stairs to get up, or can she
No, you go
Jump.
up the stairs.
go up the stairs? Okay.
Yeah.
Oops.
So you'll probably go just in front of a Zach or something.
there.
Yeah, and
Okay,
now you get
Zang.
to roll wisdom
Nice.
save. And you're blessed.
Oh, I'm blessed.
You have advantage and D4.
I got an 18.
Not,
oh,
not that you need it.
there we
Alright.
go.
Excellent. That's a definite save. So you come to your senses. You are no longer succumb to the effects. As you shake it off and you look around and realize, bloody plants again. God damn it. All right, Lunan, that means it's your turn.
Luna will step out of the hole up the stairs and cast. Where is it? Shield of Faith on Dusted.
Ooh.
As a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
And throw it some firebolt as action.
You're going to cast Firebolt at it as an action. All right.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Fifteen to hit.
That hits. As you firebolt this creature, it is damaged as well. So, whoa,
Yeah,
that's
we
amazing!
have gone up to 2 die now.
Holy cow! Okay. Firebolt blasts out of your hands. It smacks right into the creature as the plant gives like a shake. Some of its leaves catch on fire and it wriggles around. It still looks okay, healthy, but it's definitely suffered some damage. Anything else?
That's my turn. Or I think I will take 2 steps back.
All right, Paula Abdul. Because you take 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. No, it's just
Don't know Paula Abdul, so
that's all right.
that reference.
Valrus, next up, it is your turn.
I failed my save.
You need to move as close as possible to the plant. All right, and then a wisdom saving throw.
Nope.
Oh, that's unlucky. You are still succumbed to the effects, which will end your turn, bringing us to Vargo.
All right. I will use Hold the Dead on the plant.
Oh, okay.
Please make a wisdom saving throw. The DC is 15.
So the plant doesn't get advantage, disadvantage, bonus, or penalty. Just gets a straight roll. Come on, 15. Oh, it's a 16. Look at that. The plant saves.
Yeah, that's some big damage. And my turn.
Anything else?
Nope.
No movement?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. In which case, it is Azaka's turn. She is no longer succumbed to the effects. I think she would probably run in. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's...
Actually...
Go on.
Doesn't she have an arrow? A bow and an arrow?
She does. She has a longbow. Are you going to suggest that she uses bow and arrow?
Probably. We don't know what this thing does, actually.
Well, it's vegetation. You cut down vegetation, don't you?
All right. I like your argument. Yeah.
Yep. So. She goes running in, and she's going to use her scimitar. She runs in, drawing her swords as she realizes what has taken place. And she makes 2 attacks with her blades. Does someone want to roll with +5 to hit, please? She gets 2 attacks.
All right.
That's it.
So she fails the first one, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Or
but the second
actually,
2 + 5
even
is
with
7.
Yeah, plus the D4. Yeah, it fails. So,
but the
second one,
yeah, that she hits. So that's a D6 + 3.
All right, that would be 6 damage.
6 damage, and the plant is definitely looking damaged as she swings in, screaming, "Ah!" Whacking off a couple of the leaves. One of the big leaf falls over, and then it is Dustin Cole's turn, closely followed by the plant.
All Dustin is going to take a quick swing with his rapier,
Mm-hmm.
and then he's going to notice that 19.
That hits.
Okay, and my damage is at 6.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's going to sheath his rapier, noticing Valorous behind him, and then he's going to make a grapple attack to grab Valorous.
Oh, okay.
Since he's charmed, I guess he's going to resist it. So we have to roll athletics against acrobatics, I guess.
Yeah, contested athletics. The two of you, please.
Alright.
19.
You got it.
Wow. Okay. So
I got you grappled, so you cannot move anywhere.
Hell yeah.
All right. In which case, it is the plant's turn, and Dusted, with your back turned to it, it is going to try and attack you.
Yep.
And I think I said it gets +4. Yeah.
It needs a 20 to hit me.
Whoa. He gets a 2. Okay, Yelena. It is your turn, Yelena. You broke out of it last time, did you?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
Over to you.
Yeah, she's just gonna go in and smack it.
Okay.
Sure. Help the other two. Yeah, that might work.
Oh, as you go skirting around the plant to get additional bonuses to your to hit.
The rest of this fucking forest wakes up.
Oh wait.
They're actually blink crocodiles and teleport right to us.
Blink crocodile.
I'm gonna use Booming Blade because now we're level 5. I do an extra 1d8 thunder damage whenever I use
That's right, yeah.
Holy cow.
So she'll use that as she hits. I'll roll the thing, the regular attack to hit.
21 definitely hits.
Cool. There's the short sword damage and the thunder damage.
Okay, save your booming blade, because as you do, you swing your short sword forward, smashes into the plant. How do you want to do this?
She's just gonna keep smacking it until there is nothing left of the plant, because she's fed up of being seduced by plants.
As Yelena goes running past Dusted, between Valorous and Dusted, as they're busy grappling each other, she reaches around the other side, she swings, hacking into the plant. Salad will not get the better of me! As she starts hacking away, Azaka just stops and goes, "Hey, Aish, somebody is not into nature, hey?" Whew.
I don't like it when they keep trying to seduce people. It's not fun.
I know exactly what you mean. And Valorous, as the plant gets cut into ribbons and shreds, all of a sudden your mind clears, the fog disappears, and you notice Dusted is cradling you in his arms rather tightly, but it's kind of sweet, you know. Little kitty cuddling up to you as you look around. You're like, when did I get into the garden? Bloody hell.
I almost go to give him a pet, but then realize it's a big humanoid cat.
Wrong, Dusty.
What just happened?
You fell in love with a plant.
Got that before me, Dylan. I was going to say the exact same thing.
I swear, I burned this whole garden down if what we were looking for wasn't also a plant.
That is a good point.
Hopefully it wasn't that one.
No, this one did not look black.
That is okay.
It would be quite the trouble of carrying it all the way back. Let's hope an orchid is not that big.
Oh, deadly.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess we should get moving in finding this. Orchids. Are everyone all right?
Yeah. Plants.
All right. So you carry on moving.
Yes.
Yeah.
I assume those are stairs.
Where are you? There you are. Okay. So let me go. Yep. As you continue further forward, there is a flight of stairs leading up. Lunan is standing at the bottom of the stairs. It leads up 10 feet higher than where you are at the moment to a wall in front of you.
Oh, that's steep.
Lunan, as you start walking up the staircase, you notice it opens into another garden. And from that garden, you can see across as you stand on a 5-foot wide wall. 1 second. Looking down, you can see that there is a small enclosed garden below you. The garden and the plants in here are nothing like you have ever seen before. Their shapes are fantastic, and their colors are like gems sparkling in the sun. These gardens are enclosed by 5-foot wide, high walls. Strangely beautiful garden imparting a sense of serenity.
Calling out to the others. This way, I guess. And then I look back down
Are we
into.
not going to search for the plant out here?
I don't know if they will leave something so important out here where anything could pick it up and take it away. Or eat it, I suppose.
He just shrugs and then follows Jelena into him further up.
Are we walking down the wall?
You're walking on the wall now, I think, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Lunan's walking.
All right.
You slowly make your way down this 5-foot wide wall. Let me move Azaka as well. She follows. As you do, you can see the gardens below you, all strange shapes and sizes and colors. They almost tend to give off like a sort of glow. And moving further into the keep, the palace, I guess, you look around and you can see rising 25 feet above the central canal alleyway river is a domed structure in the center. Traces of gold-colored plaster are still clinging to the dome in a few spots, but everywhere else you see old, weathered bricks, more than a few of which seem to have fallen through. A set of double doors leads into the domed area on your left-hand side.
Do we want to check this garden before we enter?
We could give it a go. Maybe it will be down here.
All right.
Do I see anything black in there, like flower, from the top?
Roll a perception check for me. Not
Could
at
be in
all.
there. Who knows?
Nope. You, from where you are standing at the moment, let's just check with a ruler. Yeah, no, what you do notice is that there seems to be one of those, you can clearly see another man trap in the garden in front of you. one of the flowers that you've just encountered. The domed area to your left-hand side is closed by double doors. There are 2 gardens now in front of you, with stairs leading down into them. Both of them are identical. The plants inside seem to be exotic, strange colors, almost alien in appearance. You've seen an orchid, but from this distance into the other garden, you wouldn't be able to see. Is anyone else looking for an orchid from where they are standing?
Yeah.
In the current
Yeah.
hole, yes.
So then roll a perception or investigation check for me.
All right.
Oh, those flowers are so pretty.
Mm.
I agree.
Absolutely. So, Valrus and Dusset, from where you are standing, I mean, looking down into the garden, you don't spot a black orchid at all. The plants are mesmerizing and beautiful and alien-like, but there's nothing orchid-like about them.
All right. Let's move on.
Vargo, should we take it down with fire before we go too close?
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
I'll join in.
You can't. If the plant is down there, you'll just torch the whole garden.
That's a good
Sorry
observation.
to be a part of Pluto, but
Should I go down and inspect, and you go down after me in case I get ensnared?
I don't need to use fire. I don't need to use fire to put down that thing.
True. We can just toll it to dead.
Yep.
Would it not be in this building?
What's the range of Toll the Dead?
60 feet.
Isn't it even further? But yeah.
Could I attempt to also frostbite it before they told it that, so it could potentially do more damage?
Because now I'm 35 away.
Sure, whatever. Let's get a little bit back. And quickly put it down.
All right, so if you guys are going to attack it, then roll initiative for me. You will get easily one free round of surprise.
Oh, I don't think it can survive.
Wow, those are some big rolls. Someone want to roll for Azaka? She gets.
I'm ready. Oh no. Yeah, Shaka gets a natural 20.
Okay, so she's gonna move next to Lunan, and that is it. So first up then is Yelena.
She will prepare a ray of frost, and she'll do it with whoever strikes the plant first.
All right. Well, it looks like it could be Lunan, so
she will move a little bit closer as well.
And Luna will cast Toll the Dead.
All right. So it gets a Wisdom save, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it gets a 10.
Does not help.
That is not good enough, is it?
No.
Okay.
So it takes 11 necrotic. It needed 16.
All right, and as it does, the plant itself begins to move as it shudders. Yelena, go ahead and fire your ray of frost. Holy
Oh.
shit!
Do it. Do it.
That's a crit. 4d8. What
Oh,
the
yeah.
hell?
Yeah, it's 2d8 and then it's crit, so it is 4, yeah.
Ah, okay.
So it'd be max for the second.
So the 2 first dice was max, right?
Correct.
So that's 8 plus 9, so that's
25.
instead.
Oh.
25.
Winter has come to this.
As the ray of frost goes flying through, yeah, that's a hell of a hit. The plant takes massive damage. That's, how much was it? 25.
Oh my god.
More than 50% damage in one hit.
Oh my god.
Wow, that's massive damage. The plant, especially on a round of surprise, is more than half.
I will never be seduced by salad again.
Especially frozen crispy salad.
Funny coming from an elf.
Damn, Valrus. Let's you do another one.
Well, I can only force it into a con save at the moment, so I'll do that.
Are you moving
Use
closer?
Frostbite? Nope.
Oh, is your frostbite quite far?
60 feet. I'm like 45 away. I
Yeah,
think.
you're 50 away. So it needs to make a
Yeah.
con save, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, it gets +1 to its constitution. Oh, it's a 17.
Almost.
Dusted, your
Yeah.
turn.
Dustin is unceremoniously gonna walk over to Valrus and grapple him prematurely.
Okay. Next up then is Vargo.
I
It's
will
just
call-
fighting it, Valrus, obviously.
I would like to toll his death.
Okay, go ahead and let me make a wisdom save.
Yeah, this is 15.
15. He gets a 15. Okay.
Well, he makes it. Next turn.
And with that, my plant get added to combat tracker. Azaka, she's up first. Okay, let us do this, yes? And she pulls out her scimitar. As she goes running 30 feet to the stairs and draws her sword. Yelena, your turn.
Another frostball. Ray of frost even.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know if that one will hit.
A 13 actually hits.
Oh. That's actually pretty good.
15 points of damage. Damn. Okay.
Damage in 2 turns, that's actually terrible.
Yeah, that's what was it? 30, 40 points in 2 turns.
Yeah.
Shit. Lunan.
Level.
With cantrips.
I know. That's she's like, okay, I need frost resistance on all of my creatures now.
Lunan tolls his dead again.
Alright, wisdom save coming up. No additions, so it's just a straight roll. Yes, a 15.
I know.
And you needed 16, sorry.
Oh no, yours is 16. God
How
damn it.
much plus does it have to wisdom? Probably not plus 1.
What?
It gets a 0 for its wisdom bonus. Alright, roll your damage, Lunan. As you toll the dead and the bells ring out, the plant seems to shake, and then with all of the frost, you can see it's frozen, and the bells go ding, 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 as it shatters and explodes into hundreds of little shards. The plant is dead. As it explodes apart. That brings us to the end of combat. Moving across. Let's see quickly. Okay. From where you're standing, you can actually see that on the back end of the dome, Dusted, there is a small balcony jutting out at the end of it, on your left-hand side. In front of you as well, you can see what looks like. There we go.
Should we check the big building first or the small one?
That's the question.
These little timber gardens rather disturbing.
Anyone has a preference?
I would rather go to the small one first. Color on backs.
Let's do that then.
Okay.
Lunan, Yelena, where are you off to?
Yeah, she'll stick with the others.
Following the others.
I would like to check for traps, Liam.
Where you are standing at the base of the stairs?
On the door, to be specific.
Okay. Let me just explain quickly. So, looking around where you are, you can actually see. I guess you can see further on over here. There's the balcony that you can see. So as you pass the end, on yeah, let's do that. So as you move closer up to the smaller domed area in front of you, on your left-hand side, passing the great big golden crumbling dome, you can see a flooded garden at the back where a statue is once standing. It is broken and crumbled. From this distance, it really looks like it's been run down. Water fills the area as well. But standing on the stairwell in front of you, this a little bit. Rising in front of you is a bell-shaped dome, which appears intact. There are no obvious holes in the roof, and it has bronze double doors, which are sealed shut in front of you. You move closer and attempt to check for traps on the door. All right. Then go ahead and roll your Dex check.
Dexterity?
Yeah, it's a skill check for Dex, isn't it? So are you proficient in these tools?
Yes.
So then you get to add your proficiency bonus as well.
Alright. It will be 12 plus 3, 15.
Okay. So as you check around, looking along the sides of the doors, the frame, the stairs, You discover no traps at all.
Is the door open?
The doors are closed. They've got two handles on them, as they're double doors.
Yeah, but they can be opened. That's what I
Yeah.
mean.
All you need to do is reach your hands out and grab the handles and pull down.
All right. I will stay back and use my mage hand to open the door.
Okay. So
How heavy is bronze doors? Because you can max lift. What is it? 10 pounds? 5 pounds?
it's a good question. Are you going to try your mage hand anyway?
Yeah.
All right. So you've only got one hand, so you can only do one door at a time. And as your mage hand moves forward, it pulls down on one of the handles. It opens and almost starts to swing in. You move your hand to the other hand and push. And as the door opens again, you push your hand forward and both of the doors swing in. From the bottom of the staircase, you can vaguely see into the domed area, but from where you're standing, it looks like a large chamber. That's all you can see from here.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to move up close?
Yes.
Where is everyone else standing?
Also, just keep watch here.
Yep. Just taking a slight step back as he picks the lock.
He's all right. He's picked the lock.
Oh, yeah.
Azaka will keep you company behind you. So you, Yelena, are you facing away, looking around behind?
No, she's going to keep an eye on the door.
Okay, so
in case something might come out.
Okay, so you are 20 feet from the door. Lunan, are you happy where you are?
Yeah.
You're 25 feet from the door. Dusted, are you happy where you are?
Yeah, he's looking northwest, in between the elephant and the boar head.
So you're looking towards the watery area.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so you were also 25 feet from the door. Okay.
I would also like to cast Mage Armor.
Okay. You cast Mage Armor. As I'm gonna say, as he pushes the doors open, the double doors swing inside. Vargo, you move up with Azaka closely behind you, and Valrus, you hear him mutter incantation. And as the doors swing open inside, you can see the room inside is a single large chamber. It was obviously a royal apartment, or at least it was centuries ago. Now the bright floral murals are dimmed and grayed. Bits of coloured glass are heaped beneath a cracked mosaic. Enameled wooden tables are split and tilting, and every bit of cloth in this room is frayed and streaked. At the centre of a room, a long divan stands atop a circular dais, or dais. Reclining on the divan is a woman dressed in a flowing robe made from parrot feathers in stunning colours, reds and greens and yellows, blacks and blues. Despite the heat, her arms, head, and face are covered in feathery veils. Next to her, a black orchid grows out of a large clay pot at the head of the divan. She addresses you in a voice tinged with odd inflections. Strangers have come to Nangalore, my love. What boon do our subjects beseech? As she looks at you, this woman relaxing on this long Roman couch with an armrest at the top of it. She's languished lying down, and as you look in front of her, you can see next to her is a black orchid growing in a clay pot. And she notices you as if she's been expecting you. She's fully clothed, fully covered in, well, you can't really see what she looks like underneath, but it's almost like parrot robes that she's wearing over her arms and her face and her limbs.
I didn't quite catch that. Who is she talking to?
Well, you're the only person in the room.
All right, all right.
She's talking.
Uh,
Well, technically, she's talking to you, but roll a perception check.
Sure.
Okay. You can't really see her face, but it does look like she is pointed towards the door. Her face is veiled and covered. But she says, almost speaking to somebody else while looking at you, "Strangers have come to Nangalore, my love. What boon do our subjects beseech?"
Does someone else want to do the talking?
The rest of you are standing
Are
around
you
watching.
asking behind you, or who are you asking
The
that
rest of
question?
you are standing watching Valrus as Vargo as he stops and he turns around. He looks confused. Something is clearly happening in the room above, and he looks behind and he's like, "Does anybody else want to do some of the talking?"
I think the fact that you are a little bit, that Valrus is a little bit sort of like unsure of himself, Austin is definitely gonna jog over to him and check what's going on.
Yeah.
What is this place? Hey, Valrus?
I will stand there.
You're staying on the bottom step.
Yep.
Okay.
Did you find anything?
Yeah.
What I can only assume is,
Considering Luna doesn't hear screaming, he will walk up into it as well, unless Dusted tells him to stop.
I don't know if you can push past. Well, you can obviously push past me, but
Yeah, you can push past and walk on through.
What's going on in here?
is it obvious that we are? I mean, I didn't hear her address Marco, so I don't know that she said that subjects, for example, all that kind of stuff. Or could I hear it all the way out there as well?
Roll a perception check for me. What's your passive perception?
14.
14, yeah. Roll a perception check for me. You're a good 25 feet away.
Yeah, he cannot hear it.
No,
Definitely.
you haven't heard anything except when Vargo turned around and said something. So the rest of you climb the stairs and have a look inside the room, lounging on a divan, like one of those old Roman sofas, is a woman. She is wearing robes made of parrot feathers, and the robes are long and flowing, very much regal, think of like a peacock's feathers running out behind it. She's covered from head to toe in all of these beautiful feathers. Clearly someone's taken a lot of time to make this dress and robe for her. She has a veil over her face which is made of parrot feathers as well. The ends of the robe, they almost like a old wizard's robe that has got those like long ends on the arms, and they hang down. You've got parrot feathers all over the place, and it sort of lounges over this stone altar that she's resting on top of.
So like cone sleeves.
Sorry, like sleeves?
Cone sleeves.
Pawn sleeves?
No, cone.
Cone.
Cony.
Yes. Cone sleeves, 100%. Oh, look, my love. We have more subjects, indeed. It is always nice to have visitors.
Is that thing talking? Or did the plant finally get to me?
Maybe the plant got both of us.
We are
Oh,
both
that's
fine. Don't worry.
reassuring.
So it's the woman talking to the plant or the plant talking to the woman?
Well, she's just talking out here into nothingness. So
I am right here. I can hear you.
Wait, you're not like
Dusted is gonna
an
bow
illusion
down.
or something?
I'm a little bit confused. Where is he on the map?
She is here.
She's
Oh.
right in the center.
Okay.
And she's talking in our direction, but apparently not to us.
Let me.
But could I roll an insight whether or not she's talking to the plant or to someone else in the room? Like, does she have some sort of connection with someone else?
You can roll an insight check, yeah?
Oh, almost natural 20.
Oh, wow. Okay, so she's definitely talking to somebody. You can't see who it is, but she's talking about you to them, and she has already inquired as to what you are beseeching her for. But after having spoken about her clearly in front of you, you get the feeling she's become quite agitated with you already. For not recognizing her immediately or responding.
Wait,
Who
so you
may
are
we be
real?
speaking to?
Yes. Of course I'm real, my dear. And she reaches an arm out. And just behind the clay pot where the black orchid is planted inside, she reaches over and grabs something, and then her hand gives it a little shake, and ding-a-ling-a-ling, as a bell, small silver handbell, chimes out a ring. Would thou'st care for some refreshments, perhaps?
Oh, you don't need to bring us anything. We don't want to cause you any hassle.
And as you are protesting, the doors automatically to the west open of their own accord, and two tall cranes, about 7 to 8 feet tall, with white feathers, long beaks, and almost a headdress of black and red going from their eyes all the way down the back of their spine. They arrive with a tray in their feathered hands. One has got a tray laden with fruits, and the other has got a tray with a pitcher of some sort of liquid and wine glasses. Their two cranes make their way over to the lady in the center. She takes one of the glasses and the pitcher, pours herself some clear amber liquid that flows in. Her head points towards you as the glass moves underneath her veil, and she takes a drink. She puts it down, and then her arm moves over to the tray, and she pulls out some of the pink fruits, and again below her veil pops it in her mouth and eats it. The crane then makes its way, both cranes then make their way over to you. Tray is handed out as if to offer you some food and wine.
Uh,
Well, if you insist, then it has been a very long day.
all right. I will take it as well.
May we ask whom we are speaking with?
Dustin is still on one knee.
I just couldn't get it through. But his instinct is putting in that this, whoever it is, sees themselves noble enough to address you negatively, so he has already dropped to one knee
Okay.
as a survival instinct.
So Dusted has dropped to a knee.
And Lunan asked questionably if it's what's her name, Valkara, Valkare, Valkaro. I'm trying to find a note.
Valcore.
Valkore.
No, with C or Z. Salcore.
Salcore.
Valkore.
Just copy that. You mean Salcore?
Salcore. Yeah. Queen of Omo.
So what do you ask?
Is it you, Queen Salcore?
All right. So, Lunan is busy asking questions as Valrus and Yelena. You accept the hospitality?
Yes.
Yeah.
What about Vargo?
I do as well.
Okay. What about Azaka?
I don't know.
She wouldn't. I don't know.
I mean, isn't she already kind of baffled by someone living here? I don't know if she would accept it.
She is. She is kind of baffled. I think she is Chulton though, so she understands hospitality, so she would definitely she'll do a little bit of both. She'll get down on one knee and copy Dusted at the same time, grab a glass of wine. So Dusted, you're just getting down on one knee in front, yes? So you're gonna accept her hospitality?
I don't know how you do that easily, so he will probably pick. Was it fruit that was offered?
Yeah.
So he will take it, but having it in front of himself in both his hands.
Okay.
So he won't eat from it. No, but he will have taken the hospitality.
All right. And while Yelena questioningly seems confused about who this person is, Lunan's voice carries over her confusion, and when you mention her name, Salcore, she glances up and she's claps her hands together and she says, "Oh, delightful! You have heard of me. Fantastic! Please, enjoy yourselves. Partake in some refreshment."
Does she believe that she is Alcori? Yeah.
Roll an insight check for me.
19.
From what you can tell, with the veil over her face, that you can't really read that much. Apparently so, yeah.
Is she in a mirror or a painting?
Pardon?
Is she like in a? She's in a mirror, isn't she?
What do you mean she's in a mirror?
No, she's laying on a Roman diva.
She's a real life person.
Oh, I thought she was in a mirror. It's because I saw the thing in the middle of the room and I thought it was a mirror.
Oh no! So the center of the room is like 3 little steps up to a raised platform, and on the raised platform is like this Roman lounger. Yeah, it's all carved of stone. It's like one of those. It's not really a semicircle, but normally they either had like cushions on the end, or there was like a small mattress or something that Roman women used to lie on and lounge about on, or people would sit on. And she's lying there.
In Swedish, I think it's divan. I don't know if it's the same in English.
In Spanish,
diva.
Divan. Yes. Yeah. So she's lying there, her legs spread out, arm on one elbow up, watching you as you've come in. She's now eaten some pink grapes. She's taken some wine. Her temper's fled when you sort of ignored her as she asked you questions, but she's been hospitable and offered you stuff. She's a real life person.
Wow.
However, she's obviously said that, or she's responded to being called Salcore. There you go, yeah, Divan. That's exactly.
Oh. Sorry.
The only difference between that picture is that she is covered from head to toe in robes which are made of like beautiful parrot feathers, almost like something so unique it could be priceless.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody has obviously gone to painful lengths to make this flowing robe of, how can I say, nobility.
Will I ask you what you're doing here all alone?
Of course, my child. I have been here for many years. At first, I was awaiting my love to join with me, but
Oh,
Thiru did not arrive. Thinking he had
remember.
abandoned me and betrayed me then, rage consumed me for some time. It was only after I learnt that he hadn't, that he protected me until his death, that I have come to accept the fact that I wronged him.
I'm very sorry.
Are you aware of how much time has passed?
Ah, what is time? But the rising and setting of the sun. I have lost count of how many days have passed since. Indeed, I do not pay attention to the time anymore.
That
And
is easy to do.
yeah, and as she does, she leans back to where the Black Orchid is, and she leans over, and you hadn't noticed it, but there's some dried plants on the table next to her. Leaves and whatnot that have been lying almost as decoration, and she grabs a leaf, and underneath her veil she pops it in her mouth and begins to chew it a little bit. But the gardens are so blissful here. Paradise, some might say. Indeed, it was my paradise for a long time, and now it's just memories. But pray tell, what brings you here?
We were sent on a quest.
Ooh, quests are important. But please, drink up, eat up. As the big birds, the Eblis, move past you again and offer you some more fruit and wine.
I think one is enough for me. It goes to my head very easily. And with all the plants trying to eat people,
Oh, my dear,
I
they
should
don't
remain
try to
sharp.
eat people, they're merely trying to survive. You know, plants have their own ways of life, connecting with nature, being at one with nature.
I mean, that does sound very nice, but I enjoy being myself.
Indeed, and such a fine creature you are.
Well, I wouldn't really go that far.
But your glow, you're golden and so shiny.
It is a phase.
I understand faces like the moon, ever changing, but always coming around again. Isn't that right, my love? As she looks across the room to something that isn't even in front of her, gazing, you assume, through her veil at something.
You ever thought about leaving this place? Or do you like it here too much?
And almost as if distracted, she then turns back and looks at you all and, "Oh, visitors, my love. Yes, so, pray tell. What are we doing here? Would thou care for some refreshments?
Hmm.
Please, eat and drink."
Did you forget that we were here?
It
think
seems to be
so.
the case.
Oh,
Queen Salcore.
Yes, my subject.
We have been sent here by your grand niece. Actually,
Grand niece, imposter! This cannot be. I own this kingdom. There shall be none to challenge my rule. What do you say, grand niece? There is no ruler but I.
I don't believe she is trying to challenge your rule.
yeah,
She is
I
just the one who sent us to see you.
What do you mean to presume that you know something of nobility, young lady? How old are
I
you?
know. Well, she starts trying to count on her fingers.
See? Not even in
I'll
education. Cannot even count. You
in
would
a very
do
long
poorly to
time.
presume you know the mind of nobility, let alone a queen. For I rule this continent. I rule this nation. Yes, my love. They do not know what they speak of. Peasants. Why do we have such servants in this place anyway? She leans over and grabs another leaf from the table and pops it in her mouth under her veil. Ah, what I wouldn't give for some real help.
Real help for what?
It is at around this time, after about 10 minutes of talking, that everyone who decided to share in her hospitality, I need you to make a constitution saving throw, please.
oh boy,
Oh boy.
I think I make it 25.
You do.
Would
Yeah,
you have
Lena,
me
you make it.
roll? I
Right.
took the fruit, I didn't eat it. Would you have me roll as well?
You
Contact based.
didn't eat it. It has to be ingested, as the three of you who ingested it. I need someone to roll for Azaka as well, please. Thanks, Dusted. She also saves. You realize the room starts to seem to move slowly, almost throbbing. The light around you seems to shine ever so brighter as the rays of light that stream through from the impending sunset almost seem to glow and to swirl and change colors and shift. Not as badly as you would imagine, but there is definitely something very trippy in the fruit and in the wine. Not really poison per se, because you recognize it more as a psychedelic drug.
Oh boy.
Uh,
So what is it that you do here? All by yourself?
Oh, do you hear that, my love? Questions, questions. Don't the peasants ever get any rest? Can they never be satisfied, my love, with what they need, what they want, with what they're given?
all right. Uh, enough. I am the only one who noticed that. I say as I verbally repeat.
You set aside what?
I say to the party, I'm the only one who noticed that something was given to us.
You are not the only one. And Azaka looks at you and nods, and she's like, "Hey, this woman, she tried to drag us. This is not normal. I think I've had enough too." And you hear
This is
Do you
kind of
propose
sad.
we grab the flower and
as Azaka pulls her sword from her sheath and points it down to the ground, and she looks at you, Vargo, waiting.
I'm just gonna ask you directly, why did you try to poison us?
gonna nudge Elena and whisper, sort of, you could run over, grab the plant, and teleport out, couldn't you?
She nods. And if possible, she would like. Well, she'll wait. She's gonna wait like a second to see, try and gauge the lady's reaction.
Mm-hmm.
And if it is negative, she will try and run and grab the plant. If it's positive, I'll have to think about it.
Okay. Dustin, what are you doing?
Dustin is basically looking around at everybody that claims that they have been fed poison
Mm-hmm.
and looking at the fruit. And then he keeps the fruit.
He
Um,
puts it in his pocket or his mouth?
oh yes, he puts it in his pocket.
Okay. Lunan.
He is wondering if there will be a fight and is considering and will actually cast. Do I see Jarlena in the door?
You see her whispering. This is intent. You won't get a chance to cast, but this is intent. So yes, Valrys and Yolena are standing in the doorway. Azaka is, I'm going to say she's moved to about there, and she's drawn her sword. Vargo has said he's had enough. Dustin is looking around, and he's waiting almost for something to happen. He's popped the fruit in his pocket. And Yolena looks like she is about to run into the room or something.
Because I'm considering casting aid on Dusted, Jarlena, and Vargo.
Okay. So Yolena, as you hold and assess the situation, you feel the tension in the room immediately change, and she screams, "What? Accuse me!" And she pulls an arm up to her veil and she yanks it off, and she stands forward. I need everyone to roll initiative, please. That scream was a little bit much.
Sorry, DM.
Oh no. I was so ready to run.
I still have feline agility,
Yeah, you might be better off grabbing it.
so I could have run up and grabbed it and then. Oh, hello,
What the?
beastie. Oh, there you are.
Good rolls so far.
Oh no, not the birds.
What is that?
It's
the
huge.
birds. It's the birds that brought us fruit.
These are the birds, yeah.
The evil birds.
And as she pulls her veil off, she says out loud, "How dare you draw weapons in my presence?" And she stares directly at Azaka. I need Azaka to make a Constitution saving throw, please. Who's going to roll for her?
I'll take the responsibility and the blame.
Good luck.
Oh, fuck.
And
Yeah.
as... Go on.
I was gonna say, blame it is.
It is blame. As she does, Dusted, from where you are, you see Azaka as she's staring at her, and Salcore, how dare you draw weapons in my presence, losing her temper. Her voice carries such weight that Azaka's eyes are drawn straight to hers, and as soon as she locks eyes with her, everyone roll a perception check for me, please.
Nope.
Dusted, you especially.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Noon and you as well. Yelena, I'll give it to you. A 10 is quite easy. You notice that the locks of hair on her head almost have eyes as Azaka takes one step forward, and even before she has a chance to raise her sword arm, her skin slowly starts to turn white, marbled,
Oh.
and within seconds she becomes stone.
I think I know what this is. I don't think Luna knows, but I think I know.
5.
Vargo, it is your turn. Out of the corner of your eye, you all of a sudden see Azaka turning to stone.
Alright, so she's not completely turned into stone, just starting the process.
Yet it's moving quickly. She got an 8, which means she failed by way
Yes.
more than 5.
Yes, con?
Or
You should have had any con bonus? Oh god.
That's with her bonus.
alright. Are the birds actually that big?
Correct.
Oh my god.
Don't forget they got a wingspan as well.
Alright. Now that I'm 5th level, I can finally do this. I'm gonna cast Bless, and I will give it to every one of us. And that will be my action. I will also move closer to where the orchid is, which I assume is over there.
The orchid is. You would need to move past birds. What you do notice, though, is that Zelcore is not human.
No shit.
As you begin to move closer to her, you realize her skin is pallid and faded, wrinkled and old. How she has managed to keep her youthful appearance after all these years, you have no idea. But with the veil removed, you notice she doesn't have hair. The movement that's taking place are actually small individual snakes.
Oh, I know what this is. Margot, I think it doesn't. But fine. So I'm next to the orchid. Yeah.
So you're moving to the orchid, are you?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
If it is within reach, I will try to grab it. Or will that be an action?
That's an action for sure.
Alright, then I stay where I am.
Okay. In which case, then, next up, it is Lunan.
And to continue the trend, I will do the opposite of Vargo. So I will bane the three opponents.
Mm-hmm.
I will put it in the
chat. Whoopsie.
Yeah, I think there we go. It affects 3 creatures, right?
So they get a charisma saving throw against Bane now. Cool.
Yeah, DC 16.
So I'm going to do it in order for the first bird. It does not get any bonus or anything, but it is baned. I'll do the bird closest to you now.
Yep.
Oh, it is baned.
Nice.
And then I will do our Medusa, who gets a +2. So she saves with an 18. Okay. Anything else?
I think I stay where I am, so enough. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Then next up is Valrus.
I'm gonna try and use some sorcery point. There we go. To try and use Tasha's Mind Whip on her in the middle and the left bird.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence saving throw. Okay.
Yes.
Oh. She gets a She gets a 12.
That's a fail.
Uh-huh. And Tasha's Mind Whip is...
It is 3d6 damage, and on a failed save, it can't take a reaction until the end of its next turn. On its next turn, it must choose whether it gets a move action or bonus action. And it gets only one of those 3.
So her turn is next, so she only gets either an action...
move or a bonus action.
Okay. Is that your go?
And I used it on the bird as well, with
and the bird, sorry.
2 of my sorcery points.
The left-hand bird.
Yes.
It gets +1 on its intelligence as well.
-1d4.
But it's
The
banged.
damage. The damage is psychic, in case it matters.
Yes. There
The
we go.
bird
7
fails.
damage.
7.
I think you keep the same roll for
Oh,
both.
do you?
Hmm.
Okay.
So then it's 12.
12. And I will hop over there.
So you're gonna hide around the side.
Yes. In case she stares at me.
Okay,
Considering one of us is turning to stone already.
So she only gets 1 turn, right? She only gets 1 action.
Yeah.
So she can either use her attack I mean, to be honest, if she only gets one, she's going to shout at Vargo.
If it has multiple attacks, she can do them all. The only thing is,
she gets 3 attacks per turn.
And then she can do them all. I mean, she has to choose between action, bonus action, or movement. But if she chooses action, then she can do whatever she wants.
I just need to the petrifying gaze. I just need to double check if it's a bonus action or if it's an action.
I think it's as long as we start within the range of her. So it's every turn that you start and can see her.
Yeah, actually, that's every creature that starts its turn within 30 feet of her has to make. She can force him. So. Okay. Alright, that means I should have gone for Vargo and Lunan as well.
But both of them cast spells. Both of them cast spells that were not relying on sight, so they would have been able to avert their eyes.
I'm honestly not aware of what are her abilities, so I will take it.
That is a good point from both of you, and it does say that you need to say you're averting your eyes.
Yeah, and we didn't know that they had to, but at least the 2 concentration spells they have cast. I don't know if the one that you cast, Val, if that requires, because I'm not really that into sorcerer spells.
No, it doesn't say it does. It just... Oh yeah, you do have to see them.
Then you have looked at her.
So, I'm going to not enforce it now. That was my unprepared mistake. Okay, so then in which case, she will make... she'll take her attacks on you, Vargo.
Alright.
Okay, so she gets 3 attacks. She's going to have to draw her sword first, and then she's going to. The snakes are going to attack you, and she's going to hit you with a sword. She gets +5 to each. Let's do the snakes first. That's a miss.
Yes.
Oh, that's a miss. And then the sword. Unfortunately, the sword is a nat 20. So you'll take 12 points of piercing damage, please.
Alrighty.
As the snakes lash out and try and bite you, you notice. Oh, con save.
For concentration.
Good shout. You notice she looks at you and she's like, "No, touching my orchid." That is her turn. Next up then is Dusted Coal.
I'm gonna avert my eyes and get up and draw my sword. Another and step here and attack the queen on my left first.
You're gonna attack the bird on your left.
Yeah, or what was it, a crane or something?
Crane, yeah. An Eblis, yeah.
Eblis, okay. 16.
That is a hit.
And then the Eblis takes 11 damage and is marked by me.
Okay.
And then he's going to do an attack on the Medusa with disadvantage because he cannot see her. Oh dear, well that was equally bad. 19.
You have less, remember.
Oh, bless, yeah.
You'll need the bless.
So that's 17.
Oh, that definitely hits. Good job.
And that is max damage, 13, and she's marked as well. So if they attack anyone but me, they do so at disadvantage.
Okay, good job. Is that your turn?
That's all I have, yeah.
All right. Next up, then, the Iblis. Firstly, the one in front of you, Dusted, is going to attack you. In fact, no. Each of them are going to cast a spell. Both of the Iblis both cast the same spell, as their bodies become blurred and shifting and wavering for all to see. They cast Blur on themselves.
The birds can cast spells. I love it.
Not only that, Blur is not a high level spell, but it's a pretty early game spell. So it's not an easy spell cast. This level 3 or better.
Wait, what?
It's a second level spell. Blur is the second level spell, so it's at least a level 3.
I mean there is a third bird now. A 4. Oh my god! What is happening?
As they do, they come swarming down towards all the birds. Cast Blur on themselves and move closer. Yelena, it is your turn.
Oh boy. How's this bird looking?
He looks almost dead.
Okay, that's good. She's not gonna look at Crazy Snake Lady.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna attack the bird with Green Flame Blade.
Oh yeah, nice.
Disadvantage because they cast Blur on themselves.
Correct.
Yes. No, I'm gonna roll a d4. Hold on, I think my thing's being a bit of a pain.
As you move out of combat range from the other one, it misses you with a 15. Yeah, your armor class is higher than 15.
Does a 15 hit the bird?
It does indeed.
Cool. So the bird takes that and a d8, and then the flame will jump. The flame will jump to Crazy Snake Lady.
Crazy Snake Lady.
I think it's just 1d5, 1d6. 1d8 plus my. So it's 9 points of it's fire damage to the Snake Lady.
To Zalcore. How much?
Yeah.
5.
9.
9.
So yeah.
Okay.
And she'll just keep looking away and move. She'll move around to this one.
All right, I'm going to take this one off then, as it's dead now. Okay, then top of the round, it is Vargo.
Question, DM. How are we doing this thing of? Because I don't know if I'm a bird in my. I can. What I want to try to do this turn is to grab the orchid. What I need. Do I look at this person? I'm fine with doing it. I'm just asking.
Are you're averting your eyes?
If it doesn't matter for me taking the orchid, yes. If I need to look at her for any reason, I will do it.
You don't need. I mean, look, you know where the orchid is, so you can avert your eyes. Really, the Medusa's attack is only for idiots who don't know that she can turn you to stone and continue to look at it. But you've just seen Azaka turn to stone. So you're well aware that there is something odd. Plus, she's got snakes growing out of her head.
All right.
That's also quite weird. I mean, you could take a turn to check your monster manual.
Nah. I will use my action to take the orchid with me. Is it in some kind of containment?
It is in a clay pot, yes.
All right. Very carefully, I will take it with me.
Very carefully. Okay, so you're going to slowly pick it up
While a giant snake woman is trying to grab you.
while
I
a
mean-
giant snake woman's attacking you and a bird is right next to you. Okay.
Sure.
So you're going to use your action to pick up the clay pot that the orchid is growing in. And
Yes.
And what are you going to do?
Do I have the orchid with me?
Yeah.
All right. I will look to the door and use my bonus action to cast Misty Step.
Which door?
That one.
Okay. And where are you going to Misty Step to?
In front of the barrel.
Oh, okay. So, you grab the pot and Misty Step out of the chamber.
I say sorry. And do a step towards her and suddenly disappear as as a small portal opens for a fraction of a second and I appear into it.
Okay. As you disappear and reappear outside the door on the top step. What else?
Yep.
Is that it?
Since I still have my movement, I look at Barry's hiding and say, good idea. And I move over.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Okay. In which case, then, next up, it is Lunan.
Lunan is looking at our petrified friend. Is she completely stone?
She is turned to stone, yes.
He will run up to her,
Mhm.
taking attack of opportunity if needed, and averting the eyes from the Medusa, and will cast Dispel Magic. I don't know if it will have any effect, but I will give it a try.
Okay. You cast Dispel Magic. And is that your turn?
I will also shout out, Valaris, we could really need some darkness in here.
Some what, sorry?
Some dumplings?
Alright. Some darkness.
Oh, some
darkness.
darkness.
Yeah.
Oh, alright. Which brings us up to Valrus. Closely followed.
In which case,
by
without
Salvador.
saying anything, he's gonna step over there. Not look at the Medusa, because I don't think I need to.
You just pointed a place, so you look at her feet or something. So you're not looking at her.
Yep. I'll look at her feet and I don't know. Can I put it on her shoes without looking at her feet?
I'm gonna say you can't. If looking at her feet, you're gonna have to avert your gaze away from her, not in her
Okay.
direction.
Okay. So to the side of her then.
Okay.
I will cast the darkness.
Oh, Lunan. No, it didn't. Okay, so you cast darkness, and it is in a
20-foot radius?
It's all the room.
Oh, 15-foot sphere.
15.
Yes.
So that's all but this last, just like, oh yeah.
You can take that one since it's transparent.
Yeah. Good shout.
There we go.
We can, so it has to be placed a little bit to the side of her. Because it's centered on her right now, isn't it?
Yeah, if he cast it on her suit.
Yeah, but he couldn't. It had to be next to her, so it's, I don't know.
Yeah, can't be on her. Because that would be looking in her direction.
Like that or the other side?
Preferably so that the least amount of people get covered. Maybe like, I don't know.
You can just click it and move it with the arrow keys.
Over there?
Yeah. Like
Alrighty.
that.
Is that your go?
Maybe I should put it at the front so people can run out the door. It's too late. Yeah, that's my go.
All right. It is her turn then. And she screams in frustration as she gazes longingly after her orchid, and she is going to she would go running straight forward. As she moves, she runs straight into Dusted. Dusted, she's going to, as soon as she almost collides with you, she's going to attack you. So she gets 3 attacks. She gets +5 to each, so she's going to hit you.
And she's in the magical darkness. I don't know.
Straight rolls. Both of you have advantage and disadvantage at the same time.
That's true.
So, 13 with the short sword. That's a miss.
Misses.
24 with a snake. That's a hit. So, the snake is a D4 +2.
Plus D6 poison, wasn't there? 4d6 poison or something.
Yeah, +4d6 poison.
That's 4 plus.
So
what's the damage?
4 points plus 10, 13, so 17 altogether. Then she gets 1 more attack with a short sword. And
Again.
She gets a nat 20. Sorry, man. At least it wasn't a snakehead, though. Damn.
That's fine.
And the sword is 5, 7, 13 points. So that's 30 altogether, I believe.
What? What?
Yeah, I got 30 damage in one turn.
How? It was the snakes and this attack?
Yep. Ouch.
The snakes really do it.
But it's 13 plus 5, so 18?
Plus 17 for the snakes.
Yeah. It's not the attack that's 13. It's the damage that's 13. Plus 2. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, she does that much damage up close.
Right. In which case, Dusted, it's you next.
Really hadn't planned what to do for this, but I'm gonna start with my bonus action to do second wind.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 8 healing.
Mm-hmm.
Which I would have liked.
1d10 plus 5.
Yeah, this is 8.
You rolled a 3.
Yeah. The Medusa, with body darts. Holy shit. Buster just gonna yell death to queens and then tell all of you to get the fuck out of here. And then
Okay,
he's gonna attack it twice.
go on then.
11, that probably doesn't hit.
Correct.
You have less in case
Plus
it
bless, yeah.
matters.
You'll need
Let's get a
bless.
4. 14.
That just misses.
24.
Oh, that hits.
And she's marked again. She has to hit me and takes 6 damage.
Okay. All right. Is that your turn?
Question.
Yeah.
I had to be that guy, but in order to attack her. Oh, right, you're averting your gaze. Sorry.
It's also darkness.
No, I don't have to avert my gaze because I cannot see anything. I have to see her eyes, and I cannot see them.
Yeah, you're right.
Right, next up then are the birds. Yelena. Oh, sorry, I moved you accidentally. This bird is going to attack you. It gets 2 attacks with +5 on each with its beak. 19 +5, the 24, I assume hits.
The 19 definitely hits.
Yeah. Alright, so the beak hits you for 6 points of damage. As the second one flies up and out and lands there. Valrus and Vargo. This one's gonna move. They're gonna move across there and there. One of them's gonna each go for either of you. So let's do Vargo first. A 15 is the highest. That's a miss.
Mm-hmm.
And for Valrus, oops, a natural 20. I assume hits, and the other one's a 16.
Barely. Both hit.
Oh, okay. So that's 2 hits. So that is 5, 11, 15 altogether. That's one crit and some other hits. That brings us to Yelena.
There's nobody within 5 foot of the bird, so she'll just do what's it called? Not the green flame blade, the other one.
Booming.
Booming blade, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
She would just do that one. And by attacking the bird in front of her,
Okay.
I'm gonna roll the default just in case.
14 hits.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there's the oh my god, a 1.
Oh, that's unlucky.
And then the D8. And how is the bird looking? Because if it's looking close, she will smite it.
It's bloodied.
I'll smite it
Okay.
at second level because I think I have second level spell slots.
You should do.
5, yeah, you should.
Yeah, no, it's being weird. I have the spell slots, but I can't pick second level spells at all. I don't know why.
Maybe you've memorized too many first level spells.
Multiclassing, maybe. I'm the same.
I think the multi-classing might have messed it up a bit.
Because you get half. Is it half a third level of spell slots each time you level with Paladin? So you have 1
Exactly.
level plus 1/3 plus 1 level from Sorcerer. So together that is that's what makes it possible to cast the spells but not learn them.
There you go.
You cannot cast stuff, but you cannot, well,
But
get
you
the
can,
stuff.
The exact same happens to me, Jelena. It's normal.
Yeah, it's a pain. It's 2d8.
oh, okay.
I think. Oh no! Oh no! 3d8. Sorry for
Holy
second level.
shit.
Sorry.
Okay.
Oh
Roll
my
them
god!
individually.
I rolled them all together.
Well, that's
I
okay.
like seeing the dice.
With 17, you actually managed to smite the beast. 1 hit, 1 kill.
Yes.
Holy
She
shit.
screams happily and turns on the next bird.
Vengeance will be yours.
Yes.
Okay, then top of the round, Fargo, it is your turn.
None of the birds were hurt, right?
Sorry, no birds on.
None of the birds are hurt.
They're not taking
Correct.
damage out.
The hurt ones are all dead.
Oh, right. Finish. I need to see her to do a spell, so I will take care of some birds.
Mhm.
I will attack the one next to Barris with
Okay.
Firebolt.
With.
Firebolt.
Oh, not fireball. Okay.
No.
Darn. Okay,
Fireball,
fireball.
lightning,
18 hits.
Alrighty. It will be
10.
14
Nice.
points of damage.
Alright.
Fire.
It is bloodied.
And I will maneuver to move to there.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Next up is Lunan.
Did I hear that the Medusa moved up till dusted?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, with your
In-
perception, easily.
In that case, I would like to cast the spiritual weapon next to it.
Okay.
It doesn't require visual.
No, for your spiritual weapon, you don't. You need to see the target, though, for the weapon to attack, don't you?
That's what it says. What it says is it can do a melee attack spell against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon. But you interpret it.
It doesn't say you need to see the creature, does it?
Nowhere in the spell now.
Herbal, somatic. Yeah, I guess if it doesn't say you have to see it, then you're all good. Okay. I suppose it must just have like an aura where it knows where it is.
It can detect evil while skin of her.
So, let's... There you go.
And I will cast. I assume that hits.
That definitely hits.
7?
12 points. Or just 7.
No, I rolled a 7, so 12 points in total.
Okay.
And for my action, I will move out here and shoot a firebolt
At...
at the birdie next to Jarlena.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit.
19.
19, 27, that hits.
10 damage.
Nice. Alright, next up is Valrus.
I don't know if to take the attack of opportunity or not. I'll risk it and move over here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to use Burning Hands.
Nice.
Okay.
And let's say, 3rd level.
Nice. As you move out of range, the beak reaches over and it does get you
4 damage.
4 plus 3, I believe it is 7.
Alright.
Sorry, dude, that's max.
That's fine.
But you get clear of it and you turn around, raise both your hands. Oh, you're changing the color, right?
Let's use the spice of life.
Oh. I can't move it.
And that easily gets both of them.
Yeah.
5
How many-
Oh my god. That
How many
is
rations are these?
horrible.
Oh, mate, that's
So many ones.
Oh, you need the fire key.
Oh,
Yeah, you need the fire
I
key, don't
know,
you?
I really do.
Do tieflings get no? That's something else.
No.
The mental adept in fire might work.
So sorry.
Okay, however, the one in front of you does look like a crispy fried duck.
How many rations are they worth when they're dead?
Sorry, how many?
So, if they had died from the fire, how many rations would they be worth?
Easily a week's.
They had to make a saving throw, I think.
Oh, did they get a
I
save?
want to do.
Yeah, if they take half damage. Oh god, it's even worse.
Yeah.
A dex save. Oh dear. I'll roll 1 for both of them. Plus
That's
3.
hard.
I'll
Yeah,
roll
that's a
one
save.
each. So the sorry, man. They both make it.
That's a shame. Never using that ability again. Swapping it out. Next level.
Spontaneously, the birds grow back some fur.
All right. Next up then is Zalcore, and she's going to attack you again, Dusted. Sword, snakehead.
Yep.
So the 16 is a 21.
So of course, it's the snakes that hits. Yeah.
Swords. Does a 21 hit?
No, it doesn't. I'm 22 armor, so AC. So yeah, it's only the snakes that hit.
Oh, dude, unlucky.
I should have drunk the poison resistant potion. It's me that has it. There's no excuse anymore.
So, D4.
That's 46.
And
Okay,
then
guys.
this is plus 2. Oh, okay. Only 18.
5.
Got a couple of ones there, so that was fortunate. So you're doing okay. You're still standing.
I mean, I've done this before against the mummy, so yeah.
Oh shit! What?
She teleported.
But she's gone.
That's it. She's dead.
Hey.
She's coming back in a evolved form.
She is, isn't she?
Double the size. Double
Yeah, I
the
hope the damage doesn't disappear. Like we have to start over. It's her second phase.
Can you imagine?
Oh, I'd hate that.
Why is the boss music intensifying?
Okay. As she disappears and reappears, it is your turn, Dusted.
He is gonna take a step out of the darkness
Mm-hmm.
and slap the bird.
Mm-hmm.
Slabbity slap slap for 19.
Oh, 19 definitely hits.
And it's marked for 12 damage. So if it attacks someone else than me, it has disadvantage.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna attack into the darkness at the Medusa.
Okay. Oh, what the hell?
Jeez.
Oh, well
Natural
done.
20.
Death to
Hell
queens and
yeah.
kings.
You pierce her eye.
So the first one is, I guess, 8 instead, so it's 18 instead.
18. Okay.
And she's also marked.
And with that, as you hit her, the blood splatter from inside the darkness slaps across you as you hear her scream out, and she's like, "Ah! My love! Come and save me!" And the dome around starts to almost intensify with some sort of energy. As it starts to shake. Clearly, the lady has taken a lot of damage as she cries out, "Thirutaya, help me, my love, for they come to destroy us!" Just then, the spirit of Thirutaya answers her call, as smoke erupts from the ground all around her, and no one notices. How high is the darkness, Valrus?
15 foot.
15, yeah.
It's a sphere,
Well,
so
yeah.
it's, well, at the corners it's not that tall, obviously, if it's a sphere.
Basically, okay, well, you can't see it, but smoke erupts from all around her, and you can feel that something is happening within the darkness as the smoke joins and forms into a giant Chultan warrior poking out from the top of the darkness. All you can see are the braided dreadlock hair and the spear point sticking out from the top of it. It is at this point, Vargo, as you are fleeing, you hear a familiar presence in the back of your mind. Vargo! It is your queen! How goes the hunt for the flower?
We are fighting for it.
Do you want to concentrate on blocking her out?
No. I mean, do I sense that it might affect my concentration on the spell?
Absolutely, yes.
Then yes, I will try to phase her out.
You can either keep your bless intact, or you can drop your bless and concentrate on blocking her.
Oh, then I will keep the bless. Yes.
Okay. In which case, Dusted, you've gone. It is the 3 birds. Okay. The first one is going to go for you, Yarlena, as it sees you in front of it all the time.
Mhm.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Got a nat 20.
Oh. No.
Because it attacks with disadvantage, so it probably rolled a 5.
Oh, it's a bane, isn't it?
No, it's
No.
because I hit it and
Oh, thank
caused it and
Mhm.
marked it, so it has
so-
disadvantage on all attacks.
Oh,
Well
thank
done.
God.
So the first one is a 5. The second attack it does with disadvantage is a 16 plus 5 is a 21.
Yeah.
Minus 1d4.
And it's minus
Yes.
1d4.
To the damage, or
No, to
Oh, because
the roll.
of its bane.
Oh, to the roll.
16 minus 2. So
Oh, it just beats it with 19.
19.
Oh no, that's still just his.
Okay. In which case, you will take 5 points of damage from it. As the other two, then, Valrus, the one in front of you, is going to attack you twice.
Yep.
Oh, it gets a natural 1. And it gets 16 for the second attack.
That hit.
Okay. So your next attack, if it's melee, is at your next attack on the one in front of you is at advantage. You take 5 points. Vargo, the one for you, as you're moving away. A 19 and a natural 20.
Yeah, both hit.
Both hit.
19, yes. It's maze.
So you'll take this plus 7. 11 points.
Alright.
Which brings us up to Yarlena.
Yeah, if the bird in front of her is still alive, she's gonna use Booming Blade and stab it.
Okay.
I thought that was a 1 for a moment.
Good save, Vargo. 16 hits.
So there's the thingy and then Booming Blade. So if it moves, it will take more damage, I guess. So it's a total of 18 points of
18
damage.
cleaves the bird in two.
Yes.
As it dies, it squawks. It is down.
Very nice. I guess she probably knows vaguely where the crazy snake lady is.
Mhm.
She will glance out the door to double check how Varus and Vargo are getting on.
Vargo you can't see. Valrus looks like he's just burnt the bird in front of him, set it on fire with a burning hand spell. But there are still birds there. Vargo seems to have run out of the door and disappeared.
Okay. She'll, seeing that both are still alive, she will very quickly say to Dustin, I will go and help them and then I will be back.
Okay.
That snaps back.
And you're gonna take your full movement?
Yeah, she'll just move over there.
Alright, in which case, Vargo.
She still has an... no, alright. I will try to finish the job and fry the one in front of Barris with fireball.
Okay.
I think I hit.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
Well, that's 31 damage, yeah.
Yeah, you definitely... Alright, I'm not even gonna calculate the damage. It's dead. 100%. Holy shit.
Cantrips get so good.
I know.
I mean, with a crit, yeah. Little hip over here, Barris. That's me too.
So you're not gonna run away?
No.
Okay. In which case, that brings us to Lunan.
Lunan sees that Dusted looks a bit under the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe got a small dose of the corona.
Got
I mean, considering the poison damage I've taken, yeah.
Yeah, you've taken a lot of poison damage.
I will give him some healing touches with Cure Wounds.
Mm-hmm. What level spell are you gonna use?
Second level.
That's 3d8? Plus...
2d8 plus 5.
2d8 plus 5.
17.
Nice.
Oh, that's
That is
decent.
appreciated.
And I will also try to hit it with the
Spiritual
Medusa with the spiritual weapon.
Uh-huh.
22.
22 hits.
13 damage.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
As the spiritual weapon hits it, all of a sudden you notice through the darkness at the top of it, the point of the spear disappears, and then your awareness, you feel that the whatever it is that has appeared inside darkness automatically attacks your spiritual weapon. But you don't see what's going on. Next up is Valrus.
I will try and help Vargo out and firebolt the bird. And I would like to make that a bonus action with Quicken Spell.
The bird in front of Barris is dead, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh. Where'd that one come from?
Another challenger appears.
13.
With bless.
13 hits.
I'll roll the bless anyways. There you go.
Yeah, good job.
That is 12 damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then with my action, I would like to... Oh, I have to select my character. Move over there. It's hard to place. Can I see inside the room?
You can. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to remove my darkness to see what's going on.
You can see through your own darkness, remember?
I didn't use any sorcery points to cast it.
Oh, is it only when you use sorcery points?
Yes.
Alright, so you're going to remove the darkness.
Yep.
Okay. As you remove the darkness, what you can see inside the room is looming above the Medusa is an apparition. 12-foot tall Chultan warrior carrying a big, hefty spear, almost guarding over her. You also see Dusted terribly wounded. Dusted as the darkness drops in front of you. The Medusa's eyes. Do you want to do anything else, Valrus?
Yeah. I would like to cast slow on that location.
Oh yeah.
Slow.
Yes.
Did you use Quicken Spell for your firebolt?
Cantrip. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So that's why you can cast 2 spells, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. You get access to 3rd level spells.
Yeah.
We are 5th level.
Him and Lunan, yeah.
Holy cow. Okay.
Well, it's not guaranteed to work anyway, so we'll see.
Obviously, don't say it.
So you're going to cast slow on the area.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that Dusted obviously doesn't get hit, and the other 2 don't either.
It has not friendly fire. Don't
Oh,
worry
it
about
doesn't.
it.
You can choose 6.
Oh, okay,
Creatures.
okay. That's nice. I'll just put it in the middle. Yeah.
And it's not
So-
6 creatures you
Done.
can see, it's just 6 creatures of your choice.
Yeah. In a 40-foot cube.
Yeah.
Within,
that
within
covers,
120 feet. And each target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw.
that literally covers the
Mhm.
whole thing inside.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, the only problem is that the apparition is not a creature.
No.
I mean,
Shifted so that the bird
Fine.
gets covered by it as well.
But you
Because I
could
think
shift it so that you could get the bird and the Medusa, yes. And you could choose both creatures.
yeah.
So what you want to do?
Yep.
Okay, so it's a wisdom saving throw. So let's first roll. Let's check the Medusa first. I think they both got the same wisdom +1. So, what's the DC?
16.
Oh, she gets a 3. And
Yes.
And the bird gets a 7. Right, both of them are slowed.
I really don't want to lose concentration, so I am going to bolt away. How much did I move? Like 10 feet, I think. Gonna go way over there.
Now, the only thing...
They repeat the save at the end of their turns.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
thinking... how far away are you from her?
55 feet, apparently.
Yeah. The spell itself has a range of 120.
Okay, so then... Where did you disappear to? Oh, you've run away. But yeah, when you cast the spell, you were standing by the crevice where you were over 30 feet away. Is that right? Because otherwise you would have to make a petrification as you were looking around the area.
I think, I'm sorry to say,
Yeah,
I
I
think you
was by
were
the
within
crevice.
30 feet.
You
I was
were you were
You're right.
there, that's 35 away. If you were there, you were safe. I don't remember you standing in front of the bird to get attacked. I think you might
No, I
have
was
moved to
not
there.
in front of.
The bird was there, so Barris was in this square.
No, this bird that was there was actually killed. Yeah, the bird was
Yeah,
there.
but where he was before, yeah, he was here, I guess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay.
Okay.
So, while she's slowed, she takes speed is half. She can only have one action or a bonus action, and that's only one attack, regardless of
No
the amount of
reactions.
attack.
They
No
have
reactions.
-2 to AC and
And
dex
dexterity.
saving throws.
The big
And at
thing
the
is
end of
that
each turn, she gets another save.
yes.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
big thing is that she can only attack once.
So it is her turn next. Go to attack. She's going to attack one short sword.
Can I just chip in here? Regardless of the creature's abilities or magical item, it can't make more than one melee or ranged attack during its turn.
Correct. That's why
Don't
she's only
bite
had...
me.
So she gets a 3 plus 5. She gets an 8, which is a miss. That is her turn, so she gets a saving throw at the end of her turn, which she fails again.
Ooh.
So it is now Dusted's turn.
Are we running? He's asking out right now.
Out loud.
Yeah.
I don't think I can hear that.
I think it might be a good idea. The crazy snake lady would have been fine, but she gestures to the big man. Yeah. I do not like the look of it.
Well then. And without, he's just gonna step away from her, which is possible because she has no reactions.
Correct.
Stop at the bird.
The bird is
because
also slowed.
Because it's in the way.
Mm-hmm.
And attack it once.
And because you're a cat.
Oh, okay.
23.
Wow, that hits, yeah.
kindly step out of the way with both them.
Holy shit, okay. And as you do, you slice the bird down.
Those 20 feet. This is 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have feline agility, which means I get 30 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
As you
Okay.
pass by, Valorous would probably shout, "Are we going?"
As you go flying down the stairs, Vargo, all of a sudden this cat bolts past you. Yolena, you just see Dusted. As soon as you answer, yeah, I think so, he just turns, runs past, sticks his rapier into the head of the bird. As he's running past it, he just carries on going, run!
I've been waiting for a moment to use my special bonus action I get as Cavalier. I could actually have attacked her with a bonus action before I moved, and that infuriates me. But there's nothing I can do about it now.
No comment.
Yeah.
Shame.
Yelena.
I'm just checking something because I just realised something. Oh, I can't take people with me for my face step, can I?
No.
No.
Can you take objects with you?
That's what I was checking to see if maybe I could take people or objects, but it doesn't say. It just says I can magically teleport. It doesn't say along with the object of certain. Wait. She's gonna look at Azaka, who is stone at this point.
Oh yeah, beautiful marble sculpture.
Oh. At a glance, how heavy would that be?
10 times her normal weight, I think it is.
Yeah. So she's 330 pounds, so she's a good 3,000 pounds.
Oh my god.
That's doable, right?
Oh, I don't think there's any way I can move that at all.
She's easily the weight of a bus, a London bus.
Yeah, that's 1,360 kilograms.
You can call me back if you want to. We can fight for Asaka's freedom if you like.
Hold on, sorry, I should have done this earlier, but I just wanted to check what the spell is because I'm not familiar with it. No, it's not. That's not what I thought it was. I don't. Yeah, she's gonna look at Azaka very,
sadly,
realizing she can't just pick her up and take her with them.
Every man for themselves, or woman.
She'll start something walking. She'll look at the mages and be like, "Could anybody lift her with magic or move her?"
As you say that, Valorous just realizes, oh, right, she's there, and just says, oh, shit.
I cannot carry her. She's too heavy.
Should we stay?
Well, if we don't, I expect the crazy snake lady will probably destroy her.
No, we'll stay if the others will.
Mm-hmm.
What is everybody thinking?
I say we call a vote.
I say
pick
we
a
all
hat, draw our names in it.
So you're in
What,
the middle
sorry?
of combat, you need to make a decision.
Yeah, she's like very quickly looking at everyone to double check.
Lunan is still staying in a fighting pose still.
Yes.
It's not your Lunan's turn,
Same.
so. All right.
Okay. Okay. She'll she's not leaving anyone behind. She's
Okay.
going running back in.
You're gonna go running back in.
And then we all get killed.
And she'll attack the snake lady with a green flame blade.
Okay.
And maybe probably smite her afterwards.
Go on then.
Oh, that was so close to being a 1.
That is a hit. Now,
And her.
roll
And
a,
her.
roll a perception
Oh.
check for me while you do this.
Okay.
And
Oh my
Lunan,
god, that was bad.
you too.
Uh,
In fact, anyone who
oh.
can see into the room. Dusted, you've run. Belris, probably not. No. Yeah,
Mhm.
just the two of you inside the room.
Okay.
No.
Lunan, in fact, your passive perception is high enough.
Okay.
She's gonna smite as
Good.
well.
I rolled a 1.
Now
There
you
we go. Perception.
So that's a total of 25.
She takes 25 points.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
And then, the thing next to her, the fire will jump to it. It takes 1d8, does
Okay.
it?
The fire jumps to it, but the flame doesn't seem to catch at all.
Yeah. I had a feeling that might be the case.
However, as soon as you connect, the spear from the apparition rises, and without me even having to roll, unerringly it hits you in the center of your chest as the spear deals 2d8 plus 6 force damage to you. It auto hits.
Oh boy.
Oh shit. It hits you automatically for 21 points of damage.
Oh my god.
Come.
Now she can't withdraw. Oh boy.
Considering Lunan has the ability to take some of these kind of spirit type of magic, does he know what this is? Like, does he think it's a magic or a spirit or?
Roll a religion or an arcana check for me.
Do not do.
18.
This is definitely some sort of an apparition. It is, I would say, more along the lines of a spirit. Because she called out to it, and from what you've read, this is the spirit of her long lost love, who she thought had betrayed her. It is not. There is some sort of a magical property. It is not an undead. It is more of a spirit or some sort of a high-powered magical.
Sort of like divine or nature.
Would my arcane abjuration work on it since it works on celestials?
It is not celestial. There is only. It is almost like a glyph of defense. At some point, there is only one way to destroy it. It is not a creature that you can focus on and attack. It is not classed as an undead or a spirit. It can't be turned, controlled. It's impervious to damage and spells. There is only one way that it can be destroyed. Well, no, there's two.
I already have my idea of what I want to do, but I don't know if it will work.
Next up is Vargo.
I hate to be that guy, but I think I'm gonna attack the Medusa, so and it wasn't a disadvantage. So I assume she was looking.
Yeah, I did. Well, I didn't say I averted. I realized like partway through, but I was like, I've already rolled.
She's slowed, number one. She only gets one attack, so if she's slowed, the eyes on her stalks are slowed, which I'm gonna say, even though you did run in to attack and everything, it was at the start of your turn. From old D&D rules, slowed is always half of everything, so she can only use her gaze once every. The eyes can only make contact with you every second turn. Does that make sense?
Alrighty. Then what I'm going to do is, with my movement, enter the room, avoiding my gaze, and cast Cure Wounds on Jelena.
Oh, okay. At what level?
That's the thing. I'm gonna cast it using a second level slot, but I will use the rod to up that twice. So it's a 4th level.
Holy shit. Okay.
Oh my god.
So it's 48 plus 4.
Oh, alright. Let's hope you roll well.
18.
18.
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
Okay. Lunan. Spiritual hammer?
Hammer time?
Lunan will try not to look at the Medusa, but want to cast Dispel on this entity. Dispel magic.
You've already
no
rolled.
idea if it will work.
You know, you've already rolled, and I've given you a breakdown. It won't.
I know it won't. Okay.
Yeah, you know it won't work with your Arcana check. You know
In that case, I will just attack.
No, nothing.
What are you going to do? Lunan. Hero of the Dino race.
Huh?
Hero of the Dino race.
Spiritual weapon attack of the Medusa.
Okay.
I'm not looking at her. Do I roll at disadvantage?
No, the spiritual weapon can attack normally even in darkness. So that's a hit. We already ascertained you don't need to see 10 points.
And then Hold the Dead would not work because it's a creature I can see within range. But Firebolt works. I can just point towards her without looking and do it at disadvantage.
Okay.
Oh, I think that hits.
Yeah, that definitely hits. Especially given that she's slowed.
So 8 damage.
So that's 18 altogether. Right. As you've hit her, just bear with me, because even though it is ranged, you are how far away?
From her, I'm 10 feet. From the spirit,
15.
a bit further.
Okay. And its reach is 15 feet. Just want to double check on one thing.
Me.
When a creature within 15 feet of it damages her. Okay, yeah. So, she takes 18 points of damage altogether. She looks like she's on her last legs. She really doesn't look healthy at all. But as you hit her with that firebolt, Lunan, the spear flies unerringly straight towards your chest. And you take 13 points of piercing damage as it sticks The point pierces into your chest and pulls out. Is that your turn?
That's my turn.
Then Valrus, it is your go next.
Like, stand there and use Scorching Ray on her.
What's the distance for Scorching Ray?
120 feet.
Oh, easy. Alright, and the gaze doesn't work yet, given how far you are, so...
Yeah.
Tell me about Scorching Ray, son.
That is 3 attack. First is a hit. That's probably not
You're less, remember?
bless for the second. 16?
Right, so with all of the disadvantages and the slow, a 13 armor class is what you need. All 3 of your rays hit.
Oh, okay. Alright, that sounds good. That's very average. Also very average.
As you are standing
That's alright.
there, 20 points of damage from Scorching Ray. How do you want to do this?
Nice.
Oh my god. Take her head off.
I can't. It's a Scorching Ray. I'm going to...
You can burn it off.
Exactly. I'm gonna reach my arms to the sides, create 3 sort of orbs around me, and then with like a motion forward, send them curling in between everyone into her face, burning it straight off.
So, from where you're standing, all of a sudden, dusted, as you're running past Valrus, you notice him conjuring these 3 balls of fiery globes of light that just all of a sudden appear, and then out of the corner of your eye, bolt in towards the dome. Lunan, just as the spear pierces your chest and you look up at the apparition, 3 scorching rays come flying through, flying straight into the Medusa's head. The first one explodes, boom, burning on fire, and you can hear her scream. Ah, 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 ah. The second one hits her because she's slowed still. Screaming almost at half speed as the head slowly explodes. And as soon as she's dead, the slow drops and the blood and the brain and everything else and the snakes just all of a sudden burst out across the chamber as the 4 of you standing in front of her, this is including Azaka's statue, get covered in Medusa matter. Yeah. And from where you are standing, the apparition itself drops as well. As she slumps onto the ground, nothing left but a toasted stump of neck and shoulders.
And I'm going to rush over to see if everyone is okay.
Oh my god, I can't believe you just managed to kill the Medusa!
I rushed up.
Why did she have to be so nice? And then so horrible? And then so gross?
I take it everyone's fine.
I think it comes with royalty.
Well, not everybody is fine.
Yeah. How is Ashaka doing?
As you look over the statue of Azaka, bing, bing, bing. Yeah, she's definitely 100% stone.
Do we know what to do about this?
I don't know.
Does your book
Don't you have that book?
DM, do I know anything about the petrified condition?
Roll an Arcana check for me.
Alright.
Could he check his book to see if there's anything about Medusa's petrifying people or something?
Yeah.
You could
Yeah.
ask him, yeah?
Yeah,
Why don't you roll your
what I would do,
monster
probably.
manual check as well?
Well, 20
All
is
right.
already
And a
really
dirty
good.
20. Yes, so you're you leaf through the monster manual and you look up the Medusa's gaze, and indeed you realize that yes, you get petrified and turned to stone. Unfortunately, only high-level priest magic can turn someone from stone back into flesh. Which rings true with some of your arcana knowledge. What you're looking for is a greater restoration spell.
This is out of my league, guys.
Anyone else?
No.
We didn't have any scroll of that. No.
No.
Yeah, I did wonder if we did, but I don't think we do.
No, where's the one who have?
There has to
I-
be somebody that can cast it that we know.
Back in Kir Sabal.
What do we do with her until then? It's not like we can carry her over.
It's enough if we can get her onto the boat, but
Don't you think it would sink?
Can you not magically make her float?
she shouldn't be as heavy as you actually wrote in the chat. That
It's 10
too
times
heavy.
her weight. I don't know how much she weighs.
It's too much for stone to be that heavy.
It's
No, but she just gains 10 times her weight. So I don't know what her weight was before this. So
the DM said it.
300 pounds.
yeah, so that's 3,000 pounds.
Oh, so I thought you said no. That cannot be possible. Did she weigh 30 pounds?
Okay, so 1.5
300.
ton. That's fine on the boat.
You sure?
Yeah.
How are we going to
big
carry
was
her
the
down
boat?
there?
We will have to push very.
Bearing in
very
mind, you're not on a boat, you're on a barge.
How big was it?
10 by 10.
10 by 10.
Yeah.
It might be enough if not all of us are on it. But we might be able to get the priest to fly here.
I mean, teacher is the only one that is conceivable able to restore her to her former self. Or, if we are lucky, the lady in Kir Sabal, whose husband does potions, knows something that can restore this.
That's fine. We can contact the speaker.
If we sleep here, I could contact them.
Who wish to sleep here?
Could also contact the queen. She could inform her.
That's much smarter.
Yeah. It may be possible that we find something in here. I don't know. This creature was living here, and the birds didn't turn to stone.
Did the book say of any other treatment than greater restoration?
I'm afraid not.
Okay, so yeah, I guess we will have to look through all the crates and the rest of the temple.
Start looking from that side, from one of the chests.
So you're going to start in this room?
Yeah.
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 I will help us.
I will try to
on myself and start looking.
Yeah, I will search as well.
So everyone roll an investigation check for me.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever is searching.
I will guide myself at this point.
Yeah, you can all have guidance.
So 70.
Well, 11.
Okay, so you are looking for what exactly?
Anything that could be of use to help us ahead.
Okay.
Maybe more specifically potions or scrolls or something.
Scrolls, yeah, scrolls and potions.
Right. Searching around through here, you look through the broken bits of furniture and everything else. There is nothing that you've described that you would be looking for. What you do uncover, though, is a crate with.
Ooh. I rolled 23.
Investigation.
Yep.
Yeah, investigation, including a guidance.
Yeah. Right. What you do is you find a small crate with 4 full vials of an amber liquid. You also find various coins scattered around the place. About 50 gold pieces worth of various coins. There is nothing else in this room that is.
So how much was
50 gold pieces?
For
and 4
amber.
vials of, call it amber tincture, which is basically you recognize it as the, let's say, the wine that she offered you, the psychedelic acid trippy liquid.
Let's give it to the queen when we're back. I didn't say that in character.
I think she already had some. I didn't say that in character either.
Alrighty.
The more the merrier.
I suggest we inform the queen of what happened. And yeah, search this place, maybe, or return to Kir Sabal. I don't know how we're gonna do that.
Why don't we pick that up next week?
Yes.
Seeing as we pushed over midnight. Whoa. We were very close. I could see she was like on Yelena. When you went to nail her, she had like 26 hit points or something left. Valrus, you only needed 9 points of damage to do the roll. I mean,
well, I rolled badly enough.
If Yelena, you would have not rolled 2 1s, I think it was, you probably would have struck her down as well.
Oh yeah.
I had a feeling you wouldn't run away. Yeah, well, that was.
You severely underestimate my survival instinct then.
I wanted to, and then I realized that Asaka was still there, and I was like, we can't leave her. She'll just get turned into pieces of stone.
Wow, you killed a Medusa.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting traveling back without our guide, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what we need.
Yeah. We were planning to have a new one anyway.
This is true.
You are awful.
On the barge that you've come in, there's probably no way that you can take Asaka back with you in her form in stone, by the way.
No.
She's going to be too heavy. With even tying her onto the barge, it's going to sink. Because it can only
we also have a
6 or 7 normal people, and she weighs 10 people.
We just need to make a small raft for her.
Oh,
I mean, do we have our fold-out boat? How many could be in the fold-out boat?
I think it was for. How many is the fold-up? I think I have it.
The folding canoe. I think the folding canoe even has a weight on it, doesn't it?
I think it does.
Exactly. So that's why I'm asking.
It is. It's about the assembly. Wait, hold on. Can I post it to the? No, I can't. Let's
There it is. I found it. I found it here. Let's see. You object a piece of wooden box.
Hold up to 8 medium creatures.
Oh, well, there you go.
That is up to, that's like the upper limit.
Yeah.
Probably like almost already,
So
Going down.
she weighs 10 medium creatures.
You could put them together, and in total they could hold 16 medium creatures.
We have one, don't we? We have two.
No, the barge and the canoe.
Yay, physics.
If you put the canoe on top of the barge, and put her on
I
top
more
of
meant like side by side and just lie her across both.
Yeah, Elena would probably suggest on top of each other.
She would suggest on top of each other. She would have no clue.
I am so glad we are two characters with intelligence 8.
if you tie two toes facing up out in the sides of a cat, since the cat cannot fall, then the cat flies.
Exactly.
Here.
Don't ever have that conversation with Busted in game. Don't ever have that conversation. I fucking dare you.
No one have the magic to shrink stuff.
No.
No, I'm afraid no.
That's Druid, Bard, and...
Wait, did we have,
Wizard can have it.
did we have a thing for that?
the thing for
I feel like
shrinking.
we did have a large reduce spell scroll. I might be getting confused with something else.
I don't have it. I
Yeah,
have
the Heroism, Crusader's Mantle, raise the...
I have commune with
But you have a
nature.
potion of giant strength. I don't know if that... Well, but that doesn't last forever.
Yeah, I know.
I think I get for an hour.
You can't get her far in an hour.
Yeah, so I could carry her for an hour, and that's probably drag her for an hour
You could drag her for an hour there.
to the boat.
Is it okay if I cast one more thing before we go? Otherwise, I will forget it.
All right.
Sorry, what did you say?
What is it?
It's a prayer of healing on all of us. It's a 10-minute thing to recover some health.
Yeah, do it.
Everyone gets 16 back.
I humbly...
Very nice.
Thank
It's
you for
about
that.
time.
Doubles my health.
Alrighty.
Did anyone expect the Medusa to be here?
No.
No.
It's. I woke up this morning. I said, "Yeah, I think I'm gonna face a Medusa today."
I thought she was gonna be like a
Impressive.
humanoid plant thing.
Oh yeah,
Another
that.
one.
Or I thought
Trauma.
it was going to be an apparition or something that we would just walk up to her and she wasn't real and became a banshee or something.
Yeah, that was my first thought when she started screaming. I was like, "Is this a banshee?"
The leaves made me think her eating leaves made me think she was a plant.
Oh, but we should have known that she wasn't a banshee when she ate leaves because obviously she couldn't digest them.
I hope.
Have anyone tried the leaves yet?
Nope.
No.
Is anyone gonna? No, okay.
She got the
Come on,
leaves from
Elena, take
Amsterdam.
one for the team.
I mean, if you get the same hallucination she did, like holy shit! Like you can manifest a husband, like.
And forget who you were talking to, even if they're right in front of you.
Yeah.
I mean, I need that at work some days. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Which one, manifesting a husband or?
And then forgetting him.
No comments. No comments.
All right. So has everyone updated their health situation?
Yes.
And then how much damage did you actually manage to take that round in total? I think we've got beaten up pretty badly.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, Dustin, you took
I took at least 40.
Yeah,
Yep.
you took like close to 40 in one turn, didn't you?
That was great times, great times.
But you did crit. You're lucky the snakehead didn't crit. Could you imagine taking double poison damage?
Yeah, they are like 46. Well, not 46 because it's 24 plus 46.
Mm.
I would have gone down definitely.
Yeah, I was very close, very close. With the
Yes,
birds, that was difficult. I believe that was a very deadly encounter. So you guys did well.
Medusa's level 6 or 7 challenge rating.
Yeah.
So yeah, plus she has a sort of layer bonus. Jesus Christ.
And with something like 9,000 XP. So Azaka doesn't get any of it, neither does Ponty. You guys are going to level up quicker.
Oh, this is the solution. We have to bring a Medusa at every combat and have them before combat ends. Like petrify our companions.
So
It's going to be expensive. It's going to be expensive in restoration scrolls. But hear me out, guys.
Oh yeah. I don't know the culture. Do they petrify instantly? Because if that's the case, yeah, it's
yeah,
difficult.
if you fail your saving throw by 5 or more, you petrify at the end of your turn. If you fail your saving throw just, it's over 3 turns and you get to resave each turn.
Yeah. And if you fail all of them, you're gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
So unfortunately, Azaka failed by 6 or 7.
As I said, I take the blame or the credit or the same.
Would dispel magic have had an effect had it not gone in the full effect in the beginning?
No.
Mm.
To turn someone back from stone is greater restoration or wish.
I think dispel magic has to be spells or stone.
It has to be something like stone to flesh or greater restoration or something like that. I'm sure it's that shit.
Yeah. Or some sort of a wish spell.
Oh,
yeah, it's at least level 5 spell or higher. So
I'm glad none of
Disintegration ray.
us got petrified.
yeah, you're quite lucky. Because she would have gone for Yelena or Vargo. Yelena was the first one to start talking about her as if she wasn't there. She got quite upset with you. I mean, you didn't even bow.
No.
Oh god. Yeah.
No way. Right. We're probably gonna have to.
We got rid of a
head on.
noble. The world is a better place now.
'Cause, I've got to get up in a few hours.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Likewise, we all do.
Hell yeah.
Thank you very much, guys. It was
Thank you very
amazing.
much. Well,
Yeah, guys, you guys did this quickly. I thought you'd do this in like 2 sessions. So
like everyone was just lining up for this particular building. Everyone was just like, "Yeah, we're going up there. It doesn't matter whatever what else is there. The orchid must be up there." And everyone just pinpointed this location.
Main big building as well, but screw it. We'll go to the right side, tiny one.
Yeah, I honestly didn't expect it to be here. I want to bet
that everyone was so pissed off that last time we played, everyone went up that fucking staircase to the door, to the wall that was not. We couldn't figure out how to get through it. And now we are so hungry for some min-maxing every loot we can get, so we're checking everything. That's more or less how this felt like. Like, oh yeah, let's go up here.
I guess we'll see everyone next week. Enjoy your weekend. Well done. GG's all around.
Sleep well and yeah.
Thank you for the session.
And good health to you, Stefan.
And to you.